In the box.
Chips.
That's you.
First time cooler.
It's kind of glittery.
The lights are
Bright.
yeah, it's so weird.
Oh, that's me. How was that? Deuces?
Ace. Wasn't cool set of aces.
Wow, what a sick fucking start. Count the chips. 'cause I don't have that much.
Yeah. I have 5, 8, 9, 10.
That's a sick start.
1060 right here.
12. 13. 35. 13, 35. Yeah, but we're on this one. Left, right.
Mike, check, check, Mike, 1, 2. Go for Dan. Mike, check. Ooh. All right, we're live, folks. I'm back. Okay, everything I've been saying for 5 minutes, no one heard, which is probably good. We were off to a shaky start, but now we are live and cooking. And Brad just doubled up through OFC, aces versus queens. First hand of Hold'em tonight. Brad gets a double up. Good for you, Brad. And OFC, sorry about the cooler, buddy.
Marcus 10, right? For sure. Because I put 10 last time. 5, 5, 10.
I guess Brad could have some 5-bet jams pre-flop with ace-king there. He's usually pretty balanced.
In a 5-5 game with 10 mandatory.
OFC already stuck 1,500 in the first hand, and now he will straddle to 20.
It goes all the way to 10. Make it 20, 40, 80, 160.
Brad in the cutoff, king 8 of diamonds. That's worth a raise for sure.
25, 75. C1 and
Sean suited Octo Crab.
Brad Richard, 60.
Sean likes to see a lot of flops. Oh, now Benham has queens. Okay, this will go up. Oh, by the way, this is OFC's 5-5-10 game, match to stack. My name's Dan Simone here at Poker House at Peaks. We're on a 15-minute delay. Not Mark Flat calls this 3-bet from Benham with 6s.
Wait, now. This is my key.
Mark's set mining. He doesn't hit a 6, and this should just be over after this bet.
3 on. Oh, set go.
I don't know how sticky Mark wants to get. Mark's getting sticky. Thinks Benham has enough overcards that his 6s are still good, but he might see a lot of... Oh my God. Mark, you dirty dog. What did you just telephone down to Satan himself to get these 3 6s for you? Benham, nice check on this turn. Mark bets 500. Benham just check jams 900 into a set. First 2 hands. 2 people are getting stacked. Nutty.
No?
Such a dirty turn from Mark.
Did you misread your hand? Oh.
I think theoretically, well, I mean, Mark doesn't really fold C-bets on the flop. And he gets rewarded for his flop call. Banking a set of 6s.
Number 2. What was it, 3? Yeah, that's second hand, right?
Second hold of hand.
Second of this. 2 hands, all in, all out.
Why does what? Greg. Greg asked. Greg Bothwell, tracksuit Greg, asked why does it say restream? That is the streaming client software that we use to broadcast out to your YouTubes. So they're obviously gonna do a little advertising for themselves, but it's a pretty good little program. Now that we got all the audio sorted out, we're gonna be good to go. Didn't I tell y'all? I mean, y'all couldn't hear me earlier, but I told y'all this game gets big fast. So We've had 2 players get stacked already, and we are on hand number 4. Hey, thank you, Michael Carr. Appreciate you, buddy. I may commentate on the 1-2 game tomorrow. Anybody watching, we have a public rec stream. It is a 1-2 game, $300 buy-in. Very accessible to players of any skill level. And bankroll, really.
Yay! Cheap flop, cheap flop, cheap flop.
Let's see if we can all go all in again.
And this is a limped pot.
The stream's over by headset.
Amazing. Gut shot for villain. No one connects at all, really. No pairs out here. So it checks through, obviously. Villain has a queen and a gut shot. I think we're all supposed to throw in a bet here, even multi-way. A little protection. Maybe get a little value from a pocket pair. I mean, he paired his queen. Let's not, get too deep into it. Standard stuff. Limped pot. Who the hell cares about 20 bucks? Dylan Koo Peterson asked me to tell Eric that he sucks at softball. I have a hard time believing that that's true. He looks like he'd be pretty decent at softball, honestly. All right, so my mic didn't work when I introduced all the players. Let's do that again. There's not Mark Wee getting a little work done on his computer during a poker stream in the 1 seat. The titular OFC of OFC's game in the 2 seat, my good friend Duck in the 3 seat, my good friend Brad, my good friend Sean, who just started playing here. He lives in Atlanta, travels here for work, and he effing loves this place. So he's been playing most nights. He's my new favorite player. Benham in the 6 seat and our villain in the 7 seat. And this is a second limped pot. 6 ways. What is this? This is unusual.
35.
Benham has a jack and bets 35. Hey, someone let me know. Oh, egg roll for life. What's up, dude? Or lady? Oh, yeah. I think it's a lady. Someone let me know how the table audio is. Can y'all hear anything? Not Mark has this gut shot that he called a flop bet with. He's going to need to hit an 8. 2 are burned. Benham's jack is still good. He's got a 94% chance to win this pot. Takes it down on the turn with a $100 bet. Here are our chip counts that keep popping up on their own. Are these accurate? How does Mark have $4 grand when he bought in for 1,500? Oh, he might have topped up after OFC got stacked. Yeah, Mike. There's a lot of solid players. It's kind of a crusher table. I'd be a little intimidated by pretty much everybody. Good dudes. So if y'all are tuning in for the first time or watching this later, Poker House at Peaks. We got a lot of new stuff going on. The room is growing. Cameras are being weird. We had a giant tournament, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. 50K guarantee. It was only a $75 buy-in, and that was a lot of fun. There was like 8 flights between us and the Burleson location, and then day 2 was probably like 80 people. And I never play tournaments, but I luckily bagged and got to play day 2 and won a little money. So come play these big tournaments. We're to have this 50K guarantee once a month. We got all the little promos and that scroller ribbon at the bottom, that little ticker. The high hands has basically just been free money. Spin a wheel up to $300. High hand every 30 minutes. You just have to make any full house. Win the pot and have one card play, and then you get to spin the wheel. I've actually won like $800 off that wheel in the last 2 weeks. All right, back to the poker. These last 3 hands have been some pretty trashy stuff, so just a lot of limping. We are playing the VPIP game, so to keep your VPIP up, you might do some more limping. You don't want to lose that. I think the loser of the VPIP game, the guy with the lowest VPIP, pays the guy with the highest VPIP $100. And we do this once an hour. Duck turned trip 8s, and Brad has a... Now he rivers a king. Brad had a gut shot, or he had a straight draw. Open-ended straight draw, and Duck is letting Brad... Duck checked his full house on the river, knowing Brad might bet. And I see a check raise coming. Slam dunk check raise. Brad just with the king, he's going a little thin with king 10. Brad's going to figure this out pretty quick. He actually seems a little frustrated with himself for not checking back his king. He was going for some thin value here, hoping to get called by a jack. Oh, look at Duck's face. He's giving away no information. You just stare at that board and don't move your face at all. Just blink a little bit. He's nailing this. Brad is now in bluff catching mode. Duck never does this with a worst hand. So this is either the nuts or a bluff. What are his natural bluffs? That's what Brad's thinking through now. Does Duck check raise river on a busted flush draw? Brad figured it out, said fold. And Duck wins a pretty nice pot here. Rivering a full house, 8s full of kings. That's nice. In a limped pot.
I thought you had like jack 10.
No, you don't think that you were fucking nutted as shit.
I'll tell you.
I should know how to do that. Thanks, buddy.
And if they use it on you, you get to keep it.
New player coming in.
Toke R. Mays says definitely a great tournament. You're damn right it was. I'll probably be playing all of these now, and then I'll just become a tournament guy. And we have a new player coming in. I'm really excited to see who this is. Because if it's who I think it is, he's gonna get roasted. Ooh, in the hijack 9-7 offsuit, villain makes it 30. Slightly out of line. Gonna get a call from a worse hand though. Duck's playing 4-3 from the small blind. Sean defends jack 3 of clubs. Looks like open-ended straight flush draw or straight draw for Sean. This is a decent flop for villain to represent a big hand with a c-bet bluff. Sean's not going anywhere. He might even check raise here. He does. From the big blind, flatted the raise pre-flop, and villain can't do anything with 9-7, and that's just a snap fold. I guess it wasn't too snappy, but I like Sean trying to take that down now with his jack. Name of the game is aggression. Especially in this game, you gotta stay aggressive.
I didn't mention that part.
Playing passive will lose you money.
guess for you?
For me to call it, for me to call it.
I don't know.
What do you think I wanted you to do?
Is that Asian J?
Did you ask for the mid buttons? All of them? Okay, yeah, distribute it.
But the left side, yeah. So
We'll start when he gets here.
You don't have queen 10 there.
Ooh, Duck's talking about that hand he check raised Brad on. We always like to do some hand review at the table with Brad and Duck.
What's the, you had queen 10. You never have queen 10 there.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. I do like interacting with the chat. I will read pretty much anything you write, like Ron Burgundy.
Flop the flush. Or a straight, sorry.
What the fuck?
Ooh, the sharp pointy one's for Villain now. He's under the gun. Standard open to 30, and Mark might 3-bet Queen Jack of Hearts early versus early. Kind of buy position.
I think it's 4,100.
And obviously our Villain loves to see this.
I mean, you can buy.
I anticipate a 4-bet.
4,100. There you go.
There's Asian J. First time on the stream for my buddy Asian J. We used to play a lot back at the old Poker House Dallas. He's kind of my nemesis. So, Asian J, if you watch this back and, you know, I roast you for something, you deserve it. Just have to deal with it. Not Mark does make this call, Queen Jack of Hearts. We're playing a big ass pot. There's already $480 in here pre-flop. Oh Lord, it's getting in. This middle 2-heart 4-5-6 texture. I think Villain's gonna think ace is fine to c-bet here. How big's he gonna go? Probably like a third pot size bet. He goes 175. Mark makes the call. He's got 6 live outs. Oh, he banks it immediately. Villain, I'm sorry, buddy. That is a bad card for you. Mark doesn't have too many sets in his range, but he definitely has some hearts.
300.
Villain goes small again, 300 into 830. And Mark is just gonna call. Don't raise yet. Don't scare him off. Got a great hand. The board pairs, meaning nothing. Mark's flush is obviously best. Villain's thinking, how thin can I go? He goes 500, a very small bet. Mark! Just a flat on the river from Mark, who turned a flush? No raise on the river, Mark. It's a little tentative. It's a little unlike you, Mark. He might get some heat for just flatting there. Someone's going to talk shit about him. It's not going to be me. I'd never do that to not Mark. But still a big-ass pot for Mark, and I think he's up quite a bit now. Let's check that out. Yeah, he's up 2,700 already.
Jay wasn't in the...
What? Sorry, Jay was on the
Mark can take it back.
Give him back the button. Sorry.
Hey, Eric, just give it back to Mark.
What? We said when Jay gets back.
When Jay gets back.
All right, so the knit buttons are out, those red discs you're seeing. But everybody agreed to not start the knit game until Jay got here.
No, Mark.
Sir, can you like
Asian Jay.
jeez,
This is no Mark.
Yeah,
you
this is
know?
not Mark.
Okay, I want to take this off.
He always says...
Move. Yeah, there you go. All right, so the knit game, it's just like the stand-up game. If you win a pot, you have to show your hand, and then you get rid of your red knit button. You throw it back to the dealer, right? And the last person with a knit button pays a $200 penalty, right? And it goes into the middle, and the next hand is a splash pot. It's very fun. You don't want to lose the knit game. People get more aggressive. Everything changes. Venom has ace king of diamonds here, and he will be raising for sure.
Yeah, it's this one, right? Yes. Yeah.
With OFC behind him, our villain, does he want to defend and play a 3-bet pot, possibly out of position with king 9 of hearts? He says yes. He's got a dominated hand now. OFC's getting a good price. And I missed a little piece of action here because OFC was the 3-better with 4s. God, we're just playing big-ass pots already. 9-15. Good Lord, Sean. Flopping a set of 4s. That's going to be pretty sneaky. It'll be a little underrepresented because, or just like suspicious and sneaky, because you don't typically 3-bet 4s pre-flop. Oh, and he does check for this trap. He's got too much of that board. Venom now has the nut flush draw. He bets 525. Villain can not do anything but fold. And OFC is likely just in heaven, thinking about how can I get the rest of that 730 into the pot? Does he put them all in now? No, he just calls, keeps this trap door open. Venom did not hit his flush. And this is just a bad flop and run out for Venom's 4-betting range, and this will be a check bet fold. Sorry to give it away, but like it's the only thing that can happen here. He just puts them all in. There's 730 left. The pot had 1900 in it. He shows his 4s. He gets rid of his knit button. And Venom's lost some big pots already. OFC won back 1140 of the 1500 that he got stacked in the first hand of the night. Queens versus Brad's aces. So he's already come back a little bit. And we'll look at these stack sizes because people are going to be topping up pretty quick. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Venom will top up. Not Mark already has 5,300.
Yeah, I mean,
And now most people are over $3,000 in a 5-5-10 game.
I was like, man, OC 100% has this, man.
So when Duck heard and knew that Asian Jay, was coming to the game tonight, his first time playing this stream, he got the invite from OFC somehow. And the knit game is on, and Duck just predicted that Jay will lose every knit game because he's a knit. He's actually not, but we just like to needle everybody. The cash games in the last few weeks here at Peaks have gotten insane, and they've gone very late. Not Mark is going to 3-bet to 200 with 7 deuce of diamonds. What a wild man. Duck thinks something's up, calls with king 4. Sean now getting a price. Asian Jay's basically priced in with 6s, and our villain isn't. Ace 8 is not good in this situation, out of position.
No, that's really solid. Sorry. He stole mine. It was an accident.
Here's another huge pot pre-flop, 840. Someone's got to get lucky. Sean flopped the best pair, not Mark. Even multi-way, he's going to bet his 7 for 175. Duck just an overcard to the board and backdoor clubs with 2 players behind. This is always a fold. Sean doesn't fold second pair to 1 bet, even at this size. I mean, especially at this size, 140 into 840. And Mark's going to have to improve big time. He's going for the double barrel with the 5. He's just being like, dude, I have an overpair. Sean doesn't believe him. I love this. brick out river. It's not a deuce. Sean is good. Mark gives up. Sean's going to win a big pot. Mark does not show his 7 deuce, but he was running a play. He was running a big play and got caught by Sean's pair of 9s. That is a sticky turn call, Sean. I love it. That dude makes good reads. He's not afraid to put money in the pot. Oh, Superman Poker. Yeah, so today was kind of special. Not Mark in the 1 seat runs a round of each game. It's 1-3 round of each. And it usually runs Fridays at noon, but they moved it to Wednesday. So today, there was probably like 40 grand on the table in a 1-3 round of each game, and money was flying around the table. I have not heard about this $25,000 hand, Superman, but I don't doubt it at all.
For the production, and 150 gets flipped.
It's a flip. You can win your.
No, I mean, sorry, splash.
You can win your money back.
Splash.
So Mark ran that 7 deuce ruse specifically to get rid of his knit button, and that's what the knit game does. Makes people do wild and crazy stuff. Even under the gun, Queen 10 offsuit is worth a raise pre-flop. Sean picking up weakness, wants to squeeze from the cutoff with 10-7 offsuit. That's the aggressive pre-flop plays I love from Sean. Man, I've lost some big pots to Sean. We've only played together like 4 times. Oh, I've won some big ones off him too. Okay. Bet we're even. My name's Dan Simone. We got viewers. Make sure everybody tuning in. OFC's game is back on. I'm not certain if this is just going to stay Wednesdays now. It had been on Thursdays. And the rec stream was on Wednesday, but I think we flip-flopped them. We are doing the $1, $2, $300 buy-in stream tomorrow night. It's open to the public. If you want to get on the list, you call up here and tell them you want to get on the list. And then you show up tomorrow on time and you probably get to play. We've got some limp stuff, and Eights is going to just limp behind for Villain. Eights is just a flat, so we're going 6 ways in a unraised pot pre-flop. Oh, and Asian J just flopping 2 pair with 10-3. What can he get called by? No one has a flush draw. No one really has a straight draw. Or 8's a fold. Good fold, Villain.
I did tell somebody, they asked me how I got to your game. I said, you told me else.
And I was wrong about the straight draw thing because OFC's got a gut shot to the wheel. It needs to hit a deuce.
Like, where is it? Oh, you were there.
There's 3 of them.
Like, where's that? I was like on the spot. Like, I know. That's great.
And Sean can bluff a missed gut shot. I've seen him do it plenty.
Weird thing to lie about.
J size is up to 125 now. That's almost a pot size bet.
Stories are fun. You know what I mean? Like, poker's the only game where you get.
He is very certain that his 10-3 is still good and that there are a lot of draws he can get called by. Ace-5 might not be one of them, and OFC might let this go. I think if OFC had the ace of hearts, he might call there and bluff a heart river. It's definitely something he thought about. And Jay does not lose the knit game.
No, not if they show their hand.
Good for you, Jay.
Oh, you didn't turn it in.
Then
You can turn it if.
say if you tell them, hey, it's a net game, show your hand.
No, game was punishment.
He's talking about if they show their hand, don't get their button.
No. I'm talking about, like, if you're like, hey, you check your button.
No, that doesn't matter. That's fine.
As long as you show your hand, you've lost your
As
button.
far as this table up, you got rid of the button.
It's only a matter of if you show your hand or not. Yeah. You don't have to. Actually, let's lock it.
Yeah.
That would be silly. No one would get rid of it.
What kind of Asia are you from, man? Korea?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
The name, like, art?
Yeah, that's kind of cheapy.
Fold.
Benham has a knit button. Will raise with ace-8 off. That is on the lighter side. Villain has one of my favorite hands on the button. Can call, but he raises. He knows I love that.
Being a blind raise. That would- Yeah.
Someone named Dick TV just chatted, who Sean? It's the guy in the 5 seat. Benham did call this 3-bet. He's a favorite right now, and oh boy. What an action flop for these two hands. Our villain flops a flush, and Benham has the ace of clubs. Villain goes 1/3.
That was a little bit, yeah.
Standard C-bet size and a 3-bet pot. I don't know how Benham folds to $100. He check raises to 300.
But that's less the only time.
Yeah.
Look at Villain's face. Look at that little look he shot him.
It's really tough to bluff because it's like playing bluffing to 4 people and holding. You know, we got 4 to
With an ace.
Oh man.
You're like up against 8 cards. Right. 8 times great.
And then I was making ace high hero calls 2 times. They were good.
Our villain 3-bets flop to 800 and just gets it in. Benham was short. They're going twice. He has 4 live
Goes
outs.
towards the nip game.
And 23% equity to hit another club. Now it's 12. Doesn't hit a club. Luckily, he's got another chance at it. Nope.
Wait, hit, right? Oh, wait, no. Wait, flop.
Nope.
Oh, I'm stupid. Flush on both. Yeah, cover. Nice on Eric. He's got it. Flop and flush.
Ran right into it.
Yeah, Michael's not wrong. Sean's such a good dude. He bought sushi for the entire room the other night, and I know what he spent on it. It's just way too generous for all of us degens to get free sushi around
Can I
here.
get chips, please?
Thanks, bud.
Ethan, we are not doing that tonight.
Chips.
Sean's had a rough couple days, and so I probably shouldn't say this, but he was like, let's do it next time. Totally understand.
Of me? Yeah.
All right, Benham gets stacked, and Villain might be even after that pot.
3,000. I got a double.
Here at Poker House Peaks,
Like 49?
coming to you live on delay for gaming integrity.
49, 45. Okay.
And this is my man Minnesota Mike in the box, dealing
I had a miscue.
Did it right? Did I get right?
and doing fine.
Let's drop or blind raise.
Benham's back in for almost $3,000, I think, and my computer screen just glitched. All right, anyway, in the hijack, ace-9 offsuit for Asian J makes it 50.
50 to call.
Villain calls with 6s. Mark is about to raise with 10s, most definitely. He makes it 200. Oh, Lord. Sean with queens doesn't 4-bet out of position. He just calls, getting a little sneaky. And both of those players are deep as hell. Our villain or Mark, not Mark, are going to have to flop sets against this very underrepresented queens. Our villain flops a set. Oh, that's lucky. And he checks it.
350.
Not Mark bets 350 into 670. So a little more than half pot. Sean with queens now in a weird spot. Because if he calls, he's got villain behind him, Who knows what Villain's gonna do? Yeah, Jay, get that phone out of here. Sean does not check raise queens here. That's a good just call. And what a fun spot to be in for Villain. He's got 2 players in a 3-bet pot. He's absolutely check raising here. He goes to 11.25. I love this, obviously. He can get called by overpairs, flush draws, straight draws, maybe. Mark's in a weird spot. 10s aren't that good. There is a jack on the board. Super deep. It's 775 more. And the pot has 24.95 in it. So he's getting around 3 to 1. This is great sizing by Villain. Sean is just like, yeah, good fold, buddy. Good read, good fold. If Mark folds there, Sean might consider a call. Our Villain does have bluffs that he would check raise in that exact situation. Villain jams it in for a pot size bet, 3,600. Not Mark is basically bluff catching at this point with 10s, and he's already in for a lot. He puts the call in. Buddy.
Jack's good.
7-6 is good.
Good Lord, guys. We just played a $10,000 pot. Mark calls off most of his stack with 10s. Sean's pretty happy with his fold after seeing that set of 6s. I've seen more sets of 6s in the last 2 weeks than I ever have in my life. And it's kind of spooky because, you know, 666, mark of the beast. Brandon Perry, hey buddy, thanks for the shout out. I am the man. The Rain Dan. Big Papa Sweet Potato. So in consecutive well, maybe it was a few hands ago, Eric has been on a little mini heater here. He stacks Venom, flopping a flush. Then he hits a set on a flop and gets paid off. God, what a beautiful flop for a set of 6s or 7s. It's just a really wet board that you can have plenty of bluffs with and get paid off when you got the goods. Oh, I'm so excited. I knew this was going to start hot tonight.
Eric, I folded queens too. Eric, I folded queens there.
He's got way more than you. Just give him all the money.
Sean let the table know that he folded queens there. But in retrospect, Sean should be 4-betting queens out of position in that situation quite a bit. He went the sneaky route, and it lost him some money. Because if Sean 4-bets pre-flop, Eric is likely folding 6s.
I guess 6 is on fire. Third 6s.
6s are on fire, Sean. You know what's been fun lately is like the game is just kind of a party table every night. Everyone's having fun. It's not like a very serious room like some other rooms where everyone's just like try hard grinding. This is all like fun, semi-homish games. And the needling has gotten out of control, but it's funny. It's not mean needling, it's just everyone's needling each other in a funny way. And I appreciate that.
Let's do 30.
Raise to 30. Second.
Not Mark's back in for 1,800. He makes it 30 with 10-7 suited. A suited 2-gapper. Sean likes playing these 7-5 offsuits in position on the button, giving himself the opportunity to bluff at a pot. Pretty great flop for OFC. He flops an open-ended straight draw. It's going to check to him likely.
Okay, checks all the way to the dealer. OFC is betting 40. Fold.
OFC bets 40 into 125. Not Mark also has a straight draw, but it's a gut shot to a 9. And if a 9 comes out, we'll see a big river bet. No, it's the 4. OFC hits his open-ended straight draw. We'll bet river. Mark just has 10 high. Snap folds. And Mark still has a knit button left. So does Brad, and so does Benham. Losing the knit game will also lose you $200. Michael D. Carr says, Dan, the Vivaldi of poker. Very creative. I'll take it. I do like Vivaldi. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's Vivaldi. Mr. Villainous, King Queen offsuit will open to 30. Sean doesn't fold offsuit aces, especially when you can make a wheel. I love Duck's hand. Sean's mixing it up in here. And Benham trying to get lucky to get rid of that knit button with 9-3 offsuit. We're 5-handed here. 155 in the pot. Uh-oh. That's fun. You will notice on your screen that our villain flop top pair 5 ways and checks his king queen. Duck flops bottom 2 and will bet pretty big. 120 to 155. Benham calls with a really bad 9. And our villain would have to make probably the nittiest fold of his life if he folds here. He cannot. And he probably never should. Duck has some worse kings that he might bet and some straight draws. This 5's pretty bricky. It brings in 6-8 for a straight. And I don't know if Duck would ever be too worried about this 5. I think he should bet again, but the pot's pretty big. You might want to control the size of this. There's now a possible flush draw. And I do just always kind of like the aggressive route. You can get value from other draws. And now villain has to be a little concerned, but he's made it such a good price. Great sizing from Duck. He's getting called by king, queen. Villain does not hit a better 2-pair, which he would have needed to do, or hit a king on the river. So the sizing here is going to be important for Duck. He can get called by worse. He just rips it in. It's a little more than a pot-sized bet. I really like this. I think they call this like depolarizing. You can get bluff caught by pretty much villain's exact hand and other good kings. Villain rarely has like king 5 and king deuce. Villain does not check the flop if he somehow has king 9 or king 7. So Duck feels like he's in a really good spot, which he is. His natural bluffs are like Jack 9 that missed. Maybe like some 7-8. And this is definitely a spot to think through for Villain. It's almost $1,000, not nothing. Villain does have 10 grand in front of him, so, you know, just like 1/10 of your stack. And I think when it's super multi-way to the flop, it was 5-handed, maybe 6, and Duck goes for 3 streets of value. Yeah, that's a good fold, Villain. Duck had it. He has to show because he has a knit button. But that also increases the likelihood that he bluffs at that, trying to get rid of his knit button. Villain lost the minimum there. Oh, yeah, you're right, T-Man. Double barreling into 2 people is usually extremely risky.
What's nice is that we can know right away.
I like that analysis. He says a pretty easy fold.
That does play into
I'm not going to say stuff like that, Steven,
people calling your bluff.
because it's condescending.
Like I had a nit button, so I would.
I might be ready for a beer, yo.
8-10 and 2 nitty there. 2 nitty. Okay. Shots fired. Shots fired.
All right, let's look at a chart soon. Yeah, Mark really doesn't want... Steven, I'm kidding. Mark really doesn't want to lose the knit game, but he shouldn't be playing hands like that. Oh, and Duck's getting out of line.
Basically, the table, like everybody was worth like 50
6-3
million.
off in the cutoff. That's pretty wide.
But they were playing.
Duck doesn't want to lose the VPIP game either.
They were still playing pretty tight. That's passive. You got all the money. Still play tight.
Whiffs everybody. Duck's going to represent a king on this King 9-9 board. 2 hearts.
55.
He's at the absolute bottom of his range. Brad floating with ace high? He thinks Duck's up to something? Really? I mean, Brad knows that ace high is good there a decent chunk of the time.
He has it on his forehead too.
Yeah, Duck's going to white flag the 6-3 offsuit. On this brick turn, yeah, Brad doesn't really have to bluff at this. Especially now. And Duck's giving a little giggle. He doesn't even want to have to show his hand. Brad makes a little money with ace high. Well paid, buddy. Played. Oh, and they're getting a good chuckle about it.
I didn't have to see who the sketch guy is. He's not a poker personality, right? Like a comedian or something?
No, he plays like Madden online
Oh, okay.
and like makes a living.
Who's the second person with it? That like looks so much fun. Like so much fun. But it gotta be so depressing to just sit.
Suited one gapper for not Mark makes it 30. This is like the 4th ace-5 offsuit that OFC's had. He doesn't fold it. Duck makes this call.
Well, they had a box.
Sean's gonna call.
Yeah, the old beats put up. But then,
Benham's gonna call. Oh, Benham with the squeeze.
I'm sorry if I'm
Bluff squeeze for Benham. King 9 offsuit. What does he go to, like 2? Oh, he goes to 300.
I think they just weren't planning
Man, I hope not. Mark's not tilted. He's kind of swinging for the fences here, trying to get rid of that knit button. Ooh, this is fun because these are the last two guys with knit buttons, so they're going to battle about it.
Right, the battle of the knit button.
Kinda cool how the cards and scan through like.
Not the flop that Mark wanted to see.
They can fit a chip in there.
Venom checks his pair of
10
9s.
years ago, you're probably looking at like.
You don't want this pot to get out of control. Oh, when he turns 2 pair.
Or the cat.
Just has a lock on this. 6 high for Mark has to be a snap fold. And he's going to lose the knit game too. Things are not going well after that big pot with Villain. And let's check this out. Mark was up like 3, and now he's down like 3. Yeesh. Big swingy guy. Big high variance guy. Villain's up almost 4. And Benham's stuck a couple buy-ins as well, and then everybody else, you know. Brad's got money. I guess we can check out these VPIPs. It's been about an hour, I think. These will all be pretty high.
Depends on how quickly we do it.
Yeah, check that out.
Because you have the VPIP game and the knit game, which is under the.
7 dudes over 40%, and then Brad.
Sean wants people in pots, not folding until they happen.
I mean, 33% is really good for Brad, but compared to these splashy maniacs, it's not going to cut it. And he's either going to owe Duck or OFC
Where's Hayden?
$100.
20
So now that that knit game just ended last hand, this hand is going to be a splash pot. And there is some money, some dead money already in this pot here.
You're not allowed to raise from the small blind in this game.
Oh, and Asian J has jacks.
250.
Oh, and I just now am looking at his name that he chose for the graphics. And do you know who gave him that nickname? I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I'm the first one that started calling him Asian J, because there was like 4 different J's at Poker House Dallas. And Asian J makes that dead money plus 95.
Was that? No, you picked the.
There was 150 and like 4 y'all in, 5 y'all in.
Who made it 150?
There was 150 in the middle, the splash
Oh,
pot.
for the splash pot. Okay.
I was complaining about being the small blind. You complained worse.
I forgot that was
What
the
did you
splash pot.
Wine stuff over guys.
Points!
What was the one card he showed?
Jack of Hearts.
The other card was also.
I had the diaper. Jack of Hearts. Diaper was sick.
Hey, Mr. Piper, Young T-Bin. That is like top tier deduction, man. Ipso facto.
He said
Oh,
90.
90.
I heard it. I heard it.
All right, under the gun, ace 4 of hearts. Duck made it 30 and got 3-bet by Benham with the king queen offsuit in the cutoff. I would absolutely love to see a 4-bet bluff here from Duck. Ace 4 hearts is a decent candidate. And this is exactly why. Because ace 4 of hearts blocks pocket aces and unblocks these exact hands that are going to fold to a 4-bet.
The chips on Hotspur sound a lot different from regular chips.
I mean, even though he is out in front with this ace 4. Oh, and he flops 2 pair. That's lovely. Praying to God that Benham has like ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack. Benham smartly checks back. Duck's 2 pair just got counterfeit, so he's going to check again. That 4 is now meaningless.
Older chips were like easy to tell what's not necessarily. You don't want the 2 minutes left.
175.
Duck went for some value on the river with his ace, obviously. Benham folds king high. Pretty standard stuff.
Sound different. Like they sound more like.
Lamont Anderson, welcome to the chat.
I can't explain it. Yeah, I can tell. I hope you like spill a little bit while you're trying to drink. Just a little bit, like just a little on your jacket. enough to like not make it a big deal, but enough where it like bothers me.
I don't know what Brad's talking about.
We gotta find somebody like the two worst. You playing your little game out there?
No, I'm checking for my wife.
Brad. He has an open limp under the gun. I mean, he's a charts guy. He knows his charts. King 10 off is a fold.
I'm going through something.
So he just limps. Can't be too nitty in this game.
I don't mind losing.
And he's seen a cheap flop.
Like, yeah, pretty much most of the time. But like, not. I've been breaking even-ish, but like losing smaller.
We got the big liquor on the flop.
Not good.
Being an especially weird sex move.
I've been playing a lot of that too because of that.
Flop checks through, and now it checks all the way to villain on the button on this ace turn. He's going to represent an ace with just his 5-3 offsuit. So pure napkins. Does Brad not believe him again? He doesn't.
Is this what is this?
That's it.
Brad thinks his king high might be good here. He's right.
Middle. Check. Check. King 10 high.
King high. Brad just making incredible calls with high cards. So smug. King high good.
Brad just has high card in hand and no one has a pair.
Just this okay.
Until we go with deuces, you'll be in trouble.
If you had deuces, you had deuces.
Milk some dogs on the river. At like $30.
Time to go.
This is hand 22. Sevens under the gun is a good hand to open with for Sean to 30. It's our standard raise size. Sean got a ton of calls with sevens.
Oh, yeah, last to act, to call the raise, it's the next person decides.
Oh, so it's him.
Check, 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 and check. You guys are so smart.
Brad flopping bottom two pair. Lucky dog. Benham bets his ace 10. Multi-way for 80 bucks. I think Brad just check raises now. You kind of want this 6-2 to have some protection. There it is, 250. Now, Brad was the $10 straddle, the big blind, so he could defend and was getting priced in. He basically having any two cards here. And he can have some combo draws, too, that would check raise. That's a fun card. Front door flush gets there.
300. Both.
Brad's not scared. Brad's not scared of that. He bets 300 and Benham snap folds. Good fold, Benham. Or I guess, I mean, Steven would say, oh, it was what an easy fold.
I don't like that.
Folding a pair of aces, super easy.
I feel like it's gonna screw people.
All right, I'm getting a little parched, and we've got a dealer change, and we're gonna have a little bomb pot here. It's a $15 ante double board PLO bomb pot, uncapped. I think it's uncapped. Yeah, it's uncapped. And there's not too much to say about these, so I'm gonna be right back.
But you can't use it outside this turn. I mean, you can, but you know, where
Well, thanks for letting me. Glad I didn't, I was planning to take it to TCH and use it.
you can use it there. It's transferable.
You're playing a 15, okay?
A lot of those guys. I mean,
How was the game yesterday?
I didn't play yesterday.
Or when I saw you last? Yeah, you did play it. No?
Yesterday? No, it was like a week ago. It was like Saturday or something. Or Friday.
Weren't you playing the 5-10 yesterday?
Not yesterday, no.
You did. Saturday night though.
Yeah, it was Saturday. I think I lost. I might have lost small that day.
Was the game good?
I think it was pretty good. I can't even remember. It must have not been that good if I can.
I was just gonna say.
There was one day when the game was like unbelievable. I think it was last Sunday. It was Sunday this week. Technically. It was unbelievable. I lost like 10 games. But it was really. It was like a great. 10 games were like.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
How much? 4.5.
Where my money at?
Do you think about it in terms of buying it in absolute dollars?
I mean, it's pretty bad.
Please don't make me come back to your house where your mummy at. Oh, bomb pots. Ooh, there's my friend JoJo in the box. Big sweet boy.
7. Do it off the one on the other side of there. It's like right
Dan, I will buy your beer, max of 5, put on the tab tonight if Eric Anderson will allow it.
What? Where is this? Isn't it this?
I mean, I won't allow it. I'll buy you beers. How about that? You come play cards here, I'll buy you beers. Max of 2.
I don't even bother.
And Faye just got off the clock and she talked me into taking shots. Well, one.
there. Ace of clubs.
Hey, Faye, we doing Vegas bombs? Vegas bombs. Oh, yeah. If you're, tuning in for the first time and you haven't been to Poker House Peaks, there's like a full bar. Half of this place is bar and they got all kinds of shit. Ping pong, foosball, we're getting pool tables, darts, chess. Yeah, I don't care about any of this. Benham has trip queens.
It's done.
Villain has trip aces on top. I don't know anyone's equities because Jay's hand didn't get read. That's on Jay. That's Jay's fault. And he's got a mystery hand and he's betting. We don't know what he's betting. What are the nuts? What nuts get there? There's like a couple ace queens. They're like case ace and case queens, a full house on the top. Pocket deuces might be out there. It's only $100, so Villain's gonna call with his trip aces on top. Brad's got a pretty cool hand, I'm realizing now, because he has a set of 9s on the bottom and trip aces on top. In situations like this where you kind of don't have the nuts on either board, but you might have one of them and you're getting a price, you're just like, am I getting quartered with an ace? Anyone really have full house on top? And Brad makes a very disciplined fold, even though he's probably good on the bottom. No, Sean has a flush on the bottom. And we don't know what Asian J has. Whatever. Ooh, Faye. Let's go, girl. Oh, Faye, thank you. We'll do that too, like backer.
Oh my God, hold on, let me get that.
Well, I have a straight two.
You know what? Let's just play the next hand. I don't know what happened. The graphics are telling me that Sean and Villain chopped this pot. Yeah, Brad would have gotten quartered. Anyway, inconsequential. Duck called the 100 with his 8 high flush.
This kept getting checked in.
Thank you.
Everybody has shitty.
I would have had to call that. I would have like
I don't know why I got the river.
You pick that up to make like protein, so I definitely don't remember where that button was last.
That was a pretty tight fold for $100 by Brad.
56, 60.
Trip aces on top and a set of 9s on the bottom, multi-way. I guess not. I fold 2. Oh, they're reading out the VPIP.
Give me 100, bitch.
Wait, I'm the lowest actually?
Yeah.
Wow.
You folded a lot.
Oh, Asian J, he got here late, and he lost the VPIP game for the first hour, so he pays Duck $100,
I'm surprised I'm at 40.
even though he got here late.
Because you guys have played before.
No. They don't zero out.
That's a little punitive. But, I mean, Brad's not last, and Sean somehow only has 40. That's unusual. We need the graphics to switch to next hand. There they go. There you go, graphics. Jay lost the VPIP game. What a nit. Asian J will open King Queen offsuit. Gets a caller, gets 2 callers. Sean is going to raise with the Ace Jack offsuit. Putting that squeeze on from the button, Anaconda squeeze.
So much flair.
I don't know what the charts say. I think Ace Jack is just a flat at some frequency on the button. But OFC likes to put the pressure on. And this isn't the biggest 3-bet in the world. It's only 4x with some dead money in here. Oh, Asian J. The 4-bet bluff with King Queen offsuit. God, this is pro-y. Jay's been studying. Turning King Queen offsuit into a 4-bet bluff because he opened early position. He's representing aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace, king, possibly some ace, queen suited. He's representing a ton of hands that are better than OFC's, and he very well might get a fold here. He might have picked the wrong guy to do this against. Oh.
Fold, right? Can you muck your cards? He folded. He's never gonna get his money. He respects.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to show that, Jay. So one thing I did not... Hey, great play, Jay.
You had the same hand, Sean.
Full credit. So they're hard to see on the table, but that little clear disc that Jay is holding, they're by a stack. Everyone gets one of those, and you can use it once a night. And you pass it to somebody, like in that situation, OFC wanted to see one card, or wanted to see the cards that Jay raised with. So OFC folded, and he threw his little clear disc button thing over to Jay, and so Jay is obligated to show his hand if somebody throws that little chip over to him. Everyone gets one, and you can use it once a night. It's kind of a cool little deal. Yeah, that was a very good 4-bet bluff from Jay, who now has 7s under the gun and makes it 30. I'm really happy you got to show that. Duck's keeping his VPIP up, calling raises with 10-3 offsuit.
Guys, can I put $200 in the middle?
Oh, Benham does not squeeze with King Queen offsuit here, and now we have a raised pot with 7 players in it. I love this game. I wish I was rolled enough to play it, but you know, they need me on the microphone. You know, right? I think this misses pretty much everybody. Wow. What the hell's happening to our graphics? All right, there they go. What's interesting is Sean's Queen 10 is out in front right now. Ah, yes, yes, yes.
That game there, actually.
Asian J just turns a set of sevens. Brad's betting into 6 people his pair plus flush draw. This is brave. Jay's going to play his set cautiously. 9-10 is already beating him. And it's super multi-way that someone could have 9-10. Not Mark has a nut flush draw. This river's going to be fun. Ooh, it is fun. Buddy. This is a backdoor flush getting there. And betting into 3 people with an 8 high flush is Brad. He's about to get some bad news. Mark just might rip this in. Is Jay pro-y enough to fold this set of sevens? There are some hands that are worse that might do this. Yeah. Mark just rips it in with the nut flush. I mean, not Mark. Sorry. That's not Mark. I don't know how Brad can get away from this. It's really hard to backdoor flush. But it's only 8 high. Flush over flushes do not happen often. It's $7.95 more. Brad's getting, like, what? 2.1 to nothing? And just flush over flush and is gross. So cooler for Brad and a much needed double up for not Mark. Oh, he's possibly almost halfway unstuck now. Yeah, that's a bummer, Brad. It's kind of just a cooler. Oh, and we need to note that Jay made a great fold there with that set of sevens. What a pro. What a super pro. God, I played one of the funniest hands in my entire life against Jay. That guy Duck in the 3C used to run a little semi-private invite game at the old Poker House Dallas that shut down. On Thursday nights, it was a 1-2-5, like 3-blind game. I think it was 1,000 cap. And it was effing awesome. And it ran for like 8 months. And then Poker House closed down. But Duck was always there. Jay was there a lot. Asian Jay. I think Brad might have played it a couple times. Mr. Regis. Daryl. I don't know why that's relevant. 2 players and one is betting 255. Superman Poker says he'd fold 2. Folding sets is tough, man. I saw a little video of Doug Polk's once that just said, don't fold sets. It was like really definitively. Benham's got ace-king offsuit here, and he squeezes it from the big blind at 215. That's a pretty big squeeze. OFC with not the best suited connector here. And I think he just said to himself, yeah, why so big? Makes a good fold.
You don't want to know what I call. I had a 9.
All right, we got a lot of money moving around. I like to check this quite a bit. Anybody in the chat, if there's other charts you want me to pull up, I can pull up anything. Yeah, not Mark. Got a little unstuck, and Benham's now the reddest number. At this moment in the game, Benham owns the biggest red number. Yeah, I like that. Let's say it that way. I don't want to say the biggest loser. Benham comes back from being down this much all the time. Because we're only in hour 2 of this thing, and it gets deeper than this. Oh, the same ace-king offsuit for Duck now. Who made it 50. Oh, no. This isn't fun for Duck. Big Stuck Benham is going to have the sharp pointy ones. Goes with 205. Now, Duck with Ace King off in position. Benham has been doing a lot of 3-betting. Can have some bluffs here. I think Benham has like a pretty appropriate 3-betting range. And so Ace King offsuit is going to 4-bet here. And Duck is setting himself up for quite the cooler. Benham did a full rebuy up to 3K. And so Duck is the short stack here. He started with about 1,700. Oh, a 5-bet jam from Benham. Oh, a snap call from the Ace King for Duck, and yeah, he's going to be grossed out. Nah, yeah. Duck's had a, ooh, Queen is live. Queen? Queen! Nah. They're probably going twice. And Duck burned a lot of cards in that first run out that could possibly help him win the second run out. It's pretty much dead now. And poor sweet Duck is on a little bit of a downswing this week. I'm sure he doesn't care about me telling it. He's just been getting cooler like the last couple days. Still playing great. It's just part of the game. Part of the variance. Luck is built into the math, and we all deal with it equally. Egg roll for life. Is that London? What is your real name, Egg roll for life? You told me this last time. I forgot. Anyway, he or she says that Joel is the coolest dealer. Great guy. Cool spelled Keulest. Excuse me, Kewlst. Whatever.
Yeah, I kept 15 and you gave.
Yeah, Superman says exactly. You can't win all the time, but buy in and stack once and get even. Duck is very capable of getting out of this little hole. He's only stuck a buy-in, so he probably rebought for something good.
He's got like 30. He's got like 15.
People keep them. I think people keep them. Also, having 2 tables here is a big deal.
Having what?
2 tables is a big deal.
But they're not using $100.
None of those are real tables.
Well, we start with 1,500, so there's more reds than greens in the beginning.
No, what I mean is like, there's like
All right, so what I think they're talking about it is match the stack.
at this table, they're already out. I'm
So somebody might top up for
we are playing a match
the big stack.
Yeah,
The knit buttons are back out. That's cool. I like that.
because I buy a lot of shits and have them bag. Oh, you
Hand 28.
I just buy them and I'm like, if someone needs it, it's a safe move. I just swap it at the table, it's faster.
If you get lucky,
I buy like $2,000 and then the rest for you can just always add $1,000.
But also, you don't have enough fold. You'd rather see all that practice. Like, this is fine.
All right, this is going to be kind of a boring one. But the pot's pretty big for these specific hands. Sean's just getting aggressive, trying to get rid of that knit button early. And this is a great flop for him to c-bet and represent a big ace or a big king. Ace, king, deuce, rainbow. Doesn't really matter what cards he has. He can just bet and take it down. He's going to show air. Get rid of that knit button. Show the hand. Yup. There you go, Sean. That's how you effing do it. First hand of the knit game. Get it over with. Bluff with air. Put your big boy pants on.
I don't really see him at TCH much anymore. A lot of the 2-5 players are like TCH.
They're what?
He's dead.
I was texting with him yesterday.
How's his wife? Is she still around?
Who?
His wife?
I don't know.
She was really sick.
What do I know about his wife?
I don't know. I used to ask him all the time. She was like really sick for a while.
Wait, his wife was sick?
Yeah.
Raise to 35.
I think this game would be pretty fun if we just like had a. I mean, the game's already really fun, but it might kick it up another level if we just had a dealer change button that ran in reverse to the dealer button, and then you could either choose between like a few games, like Omaha or Congress. You know, the normal ones for the DC games. Regret. Hideaway. Queen, Queen 10. Brad flops trips. This is a 7-way single raised pot. Brad probably just bets now, even though he blocks some straight draws you can get called with. You can get called by some 10s. Makes it 80. Venom does have a 10 and makes the call. So does Jay. He's going to put in a call too. Get out of here, not Mark. Big lick. Backdoor spades for OFC. That's not good.
We're going 3 ways.
Brick. An inconsequential 3 of clubs. What's Brad thinking about here? Why is he betting half pots? What is he hoping to get called by? Jack 9, King Jack. Benham already folded the best 10. Brad pretty much has no bluffs here because he bet into like 6 people. But Jay's thinking through this. And it's just like, I think a question boils down to, does Brad just always fast play trip queens here? And Jay decides the answer to that is maybe not. Everything is nuanced. There's frequencies to everything. Everything on a spectrum. Just like me. I don't really know what Brad would check for. I mean, he's hoping to get called by a worse queen at this point. Oh, he does check.
Check, check. Queen Jack.
Possibly to let Asian J bluff at that. Hey, that's a nice little $740 win for Brad. And a little hit to Jay's stack, who's playing really well. I think you can go either way on that turn bet.
The rule is you win and you show your hand. The button is just blocking.
Oh, now Asian J's down 620. Ooh, now Duck is our stuckest boy. Almost 1900 in the hole. Well, no, exactly 1900. All right, whatever. Let's play some poker. Poker forever. Poker House Peaks. OFC's game. Those are some badass classes, actually. Brad doesn't want to lose the VPIP game, so he now has a limping range. Da-da-da. Look at all this garbage. Shut up, Brad. Look at that look that Duck's giving Brad. One of Brad's little jokes that don't really go over well. Isn't one throwing out one chip? Isn't that just a call? No, not that time. I love the squeeze by Duck for that size, and he got called by a much worse hand. OFC just does this, even out of position. Hello. That is a single suited board of diamonds. Duck checks his ace. I like having just like 100% checking on a single suited board. Duck now is protecting his checking range. He has that ace. He might let OFC bluff at this. OFC's thinking about it. He can't win the pot unless he bets. With Jack high is never good.
I know.
And Duckman decided he can't get value from anything. Could have gotten called by maybe like a 10 or something. Possibly like an ace 8, ace 5, ace 7. Whatever. Doesn't matter too much. He got rid of his knit button, and that's all that matters. I think Duck decided that he made enough money pre-flop from OFC.
I'm not gonna push action in a
I think that's exactly what he's saying.
almost nothing.
From New York, yeah. No, city.
Oh, Giants.
Oh,
I won the minimum.
I got 2 cards.
Oh my god, sixes are hot today, boys.
You don't look.
Yeah, so
Well, how is that supposed to work?
All right, Joe. All right, Joel. That's one demerit.
Is that how that's supposed to work? You just get one card.
I get 3 yellow day. I can't just put it up here. Oh my god.
I've just always been cold. I think I have.
What are you, 215?
No, I was 215 in January. Almost. And now I'm like 190, between 195 and 200. I was 182 or 180 in.
Looks like 60.
Hand 31.
That's aggressive. I call.
Benham's going to open with 9-10 off. From early position, got 3 callers.
Personal trainer and now I'm a physical therapist, but I just like health stuff. Like it's just my field. So I do get lazy.
Queen, queen, 6. Brad flops a pair of 6s, and that's about it.
You get ladies sometimes. Mostly it's you.
On this paired flop, rainbow, queen, queen, 6, the texture is kind of decent to just c-bet and get a bunch of trash to fold out, which everyone has. Oh, except for Brad, who's got a pair of 6s. Now he has a full house, and it's now even more unlikely that Benham has a queen. Benham can represent 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, any overpair. But turn goes check, check, river goes check, check. Brad wins another $200. Yeah, Brad's playing really well. I mean, you don't really fold a 6 there. But he's made some sticky calls with high cards and won some pots and impressed the table, I think. Ooh, I'm about to pull up a chart that is going to be really surprising. Sean is actually kind of card dead. Yep. I like ace-5 of hearts here. Open from Benham. And I also love this early versus early 3-bet with 9s from Asian J. Oh, boy. Let's play a big pot, boys.
They're making jokes in this here.
Villain's looking villainous. This would be a weird spot to 4-bet, but he's got a monster stack. So he goes for it. The first 3 positions, raise, 3-bet, 4-bet. Not Mark folded his 7-3, right? Good. Okay. Now, what does OFC have that he's thinking about? Graphics will catch up here momentarily. There he goes. Ooh, ace-9 diamonds? On the button. Probably a fold to a 4-bet. You know what would be the sickest move in the world? Oh, okay. Benham might do a 5-bet bluff. that ace-5 of hearts. Luckily for Villain, he flops a king. Obviously, Jay called the 4-bet with 9s, and he gets out-flopped. And this won't be a very big bet. Basically, a bet that wants 9s to call. It's right about a third-size pot bet. Can 9s fold yet? He's got some backdoor stuff. And we'll make this call for 260. Well, that's trip kings for Villain. He's in a happy place right now. But it's kind of weird for Jay because, like, that second king comes out. It's less likely for Villain to have one. But, I mean, Villain's, like, 4-bet pre-flop range, early versus early is going to have a lot of ace-king, a lot of overpairs to Jay's 9s. And I think it's time for Jay to go bye-bye. This is about a half pot size bet, I think. So we sized up a little. Jay's still not believing him. Still think his 9s are good. Or he's possibly thinking about a bluff on the river. This would be incredible. This pot's already $2,500. Don't put a 9 out there. Okay. Sorry, Jay. That would have been just disgusting. Everything bricks out. Villain's not worried about anything on that deuce of clubs river. And he goes 1/5. A little smirk from Jay. This is so smart from Villain. Size down to get crying calls from jacks. Possibly queens that didn't 5-bet. 9s is a stretch. It'd be like extra genius if Villain had like ace queen of spades here and he just bluffs to a very small amount. And it's turning. Oh my God, he did it. Jay check raise jammed. River. The effing balls on this kid. I'm so effing impressed right now. This is such a big balls above the rim move. This is hyperpolarized, obviously. He's all in. Villain with the small sizing on the river to $500 has induced a bluff. Jay is representing kings. No. He's representing a set. 10s full of kings. He's like really the only nutted hand Jay can have here is pocket 10s. Or a better king. That's what Villain might be worried about right now, that Jay has like ace king or king queen that just outkick him. Holy hell, Jay. What a ballsy ass play, dude. He's all in for 2165. Oh, yeah. Jay, yeah. No, Jay's like, oh, yeah, of course. Can't get a king to fold, obviously.
What did he show?
He has king jack.
No, you.
Oh, pocket 9.
It didn't work out that time, Jay, but you got to respect the hell out of the bravery, dude. I absolutely do. That's a big boy bluff. And unfortunately, Villain did have a king here. But he made him think about it. Villain just won a $6,800 pot, and now he has 13 grand in front of him. They were all playing some 1-3 before the stream started. Sean was up like 4 grand. And this was after not March round of each game that played at noon. And I could already see it in Eric's eyes when he was getting ready to come over here to play this stream that tonight he means business. All right, Michael D. Carr says, Dan, you have fun commentary like Norman Chad. Compared to Eric, who's more dry but knowledgeable, such a contrast. Eric is more knowledgeable than me, yeah. We normally could have a couple Eric in the booth also, but someone stole our microphones.
Raise 250 to C2.
That's not true. We just let Fort Worth borrow them. Whatever.
Five folds.
Chips.
I think another genius aspect of that hand was Eric's small bet on the river that induced a bluff. Whether it was premeditated or not, the outcome was the same. Damn, that's some high-level shit, boys. We got some trash going at it. Villain was the pre-flop razor. Oh, OFC 3-bet 9-7 of diamonds. And, no, he 3-bet 7-3 offsuit. And doesn't go for a C-bet bluff here. He absolutely should be betting this now. 9-7. Villain does have a gut shot to an 8. I mean, right now he can't think that his 9 high is good, or that OFC has 7-3 offsuit. Villain, dude, when did you get so good? Oh, and OFC bigs a 3 on the river, and this will go check. And OFC will get rid of his knit button.
Check, showdown. Looking at 9-7.
OFC doesn't want to show this. Yay, and everybody laughs. Sean, you dirty dog. He hit the 1 card. He 3-outed our villain, who made a ridiculous call on the flop. Oh, our villain had double gutted. He could have hit a queen or an 8. So he had outs. And then Sean 3-outed him. Incredible. Sean.
That was pretty dirty.
A 7 in a row would have been interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm still checking.
Y'all are trying.
Hand 34. Now it is Villain's turn for the 7-3. Who still has knit buttons? Jay has one. Not Mark, unfortunately, has one, and will raise to 50 with Queen Jack offsuit. Duck makes this call. So does Sean. So does Benham. And Jay with a nice, pretty hand here. He could squeeze or he could call. He just calls. Okay, we're 5 ways. Duck flops a flush and an open-ended straight flush draw.
150.
Snap bets half pot, and no one has anything to call. Oh, no. Mark has an open-ended straight draw, so if he's not already dead, he might have a live straight draw. We can see that he is drawing dead. I just think for this sizing, this is always a fold, Mark, and he does. Still can't get rid of that knit button.
That'd be cool if you could use it in the middle of the hand.
Yep, Duck fast playing his 8-7 of spades flush. I like that. Multi-way for sure. Oh, charts. Let's look at this. How much is our villain up now? Good God, man. He's up almost 4 buy-ins. Wait, no. Terrible math. Anyway, he's up almost 7 grand. Asian J, after making that monstrous bluff with 9s. Pretty stuck for 4K. Hand 35. Yay. Thanks for staying tuned and watching this live on the lay. Damn. Asian Sean doesn't have a knit button, but it looks like he just might be getting a little bored because he's so card dead and putting in a 3-bet against not Mark with a bad hand. And he's got to know that not Mark doesn't fold the 3-bets very often. Sean's going to have to outflop him, and graphics will catch up here in a second because Duck folded. Oh, Sean, what a flop for you, bud. That's 150. There it is. There's 2 pair for Sean. There's a 4-liner out here. Any jack or any 6 makes a straight. I don't know what Mark was in there doing. Oh, is he just bluffing this board? Was he the better? No, Mark's been check calling, and then turn went check, check. And now Mark is going to bluff at this, representing a straight. It's not very big. It's just 350.
They're very sticky. You're gonna have to trail them apart. Like the whole thing's gonna come out. Just like feel
And this is interesting, and Sean has to think about it. Obviously. Loses to sets. He loses to straights. He's like, am I still running bad?
Oh, this is fire.
For 350 with 2 pair, are you at the top of your range because you 3-bet pre-flop with a bad hand? Pretty much is. And Mark sees bad news again. His bluff didn't get through. Oh, I bet he's frustrated. Nothing's really working tonight, Mark. And Sean's needling too. I think Sean just said something to rub his nose in it. And Mark's probably like, you're 3-betting me on the button with 9-8 offsuit? Really? It's borderline disrespectful. Oh, I just love what I'm seeing tonight. The battles, the glory, the bravery, poker forever.
One was raspberry and like a caramel one. The chocolate was too fucking crack. It's just so good. They're like 100 calories each.
They have the best food there.
C2?
And very reasonably priced also.
Raise it up, 35 from C3. Hold 4.
If you want more, Sean, let me know. I'm happy to share the bag.
85 hearts for Duck, and he goes 35. All right.
I always thought you were Irish.
Asian J has the crazy kick-ass boys.
Yeah, let me know if you want more.
Pocket Kanks.
You want some?
Who obviously will make it 250. It's a pretty damn big squeeze. No one really has anything to call with. Sean should not be calling here. He's in position though. This is light. This is loose. This is gambly. And he's priced Benham in. See, this is why Sean didn't want to do that. You don't want Benham behind you when you call a 3-bet with 9-10 offsuit. You want to be in position, last to act. Top set for Jay, of course. Open-ended for Benham. Ooh, this could be fun.
I think it was like, I forget, Chris Brewer, was that his name?
Chris Kattan?
I don't know, he played Mango, right? Was that the guy's name? He was like an exotic dancer, he like always wore songs.
Yeah, Jay's playing great. I mean, even though you do have top set, I still like just coming out and betting on this flop because you're just betting like most of your range here, and there's 2 players to call you and get value from like these exact hands. Gut shot isn't good enough for Sean for 250 for 175 more, but Benham open-ended though. I don't know how he can fold here, and he shouldn't. I don't want to paint it that way. Ayah! It's so close to a 9. Interesting check from Jay. This is sneaky. Little sneaky Asian J play.
Check.
Does Benham run a bluff now, or does he take his equity and try to hit his hand? Ah, Jay baited him into it, and Benham laughs. God, Jay knew exactly what was about to happen. They're going twice. Oh, there's a straight for Benham. Can he hit twice? Can he scoop Jay's top set of kings? Don't do it. Put an ace out there. Jay, I'm not rooting against you. I just like chaos. JoJo doesn't know what card is the burn card or not. We're fixing some graphics.
Like I felt the air in my eyes. You were like, I got what I wanted.
Sorry, folks. Something's going on with the graphics. They're going twice, but oh, this is gonna fuck shit up. Nope. Chop it up, boys. Chop cheese. And they both win 155. What's funny is if, well, if Benham had checked back and taken his equity and didn't have to chop this pot, Jay would have watched this back and been mad at Sean for pricing Benham in, calling with 9-8 offsuit. Or was it 9-10 offsuit? Whatever. Funny little wrinkles in the game. Yeah, and Jay being as stuck as he is, he's pretty happy he went twice there. That's my read of the situation. But he didn't gain any ground, and he's still stuck 4. In his Poker House Peak stream debut here at OFC's 5-5-10 Match the Stack stream.
You know the crazy thing is, though? This is on Sweden, and there are types where people are like putting sugar on it. So that's not like chili mango.
Dude, I was gonna.
Asian Jay's had a lot of hands to play. Seen some good starting hands. Ace 10 of diamonds is cool. And he made it 75. He sized up real big on the button, trying to get rid of the knit button. So was Mark Wee. And Villain just makes these calls just for fun. This is kind of a fun flop. Asian J flops a nut flush draw, but like Villain probably likes this flop a lot too. A pair of 3s, backdoor straight, backdoor flush stuff. Definitely not folding. Might even be a board that he could have attacked and just started a bluff, check raising that flop. He wished this 6 was a club, but now he's got straight draw possibilities. And his pocket 3s are out in front. So Jay checks back, hoping to hit a diamond. He does not, but he hits a 10, which is now beating Villain's 3. Does he go for thin value on this 10? Five 4s out here. Jay's thinking about thin value with ace 10. Oh, this is an overbet? Wild. $500 into $400 with ace 10. Hit a 10 on the river. He makes it look bluffy and gets a call.
Yeah, I would have folded if I saw the 10 of
He gets a call from a 3.
I would have played it all the way and was good too.
Dude.
What a river. You would have had me. Yeah.
And I hate admitting this, but damn it. Asian J, my frenemy, nemesis, what have you. He probably doesn't think of it that way. But he's damn good, y'all. That was a badass play. Brad, when you watch this back, let me know if I have this term right. But is that called depolarizing? When you have like a medium strength hand, but your bet is polarizing size so that you can get bluff caught by a worse hand, but you don't have like the very top of your nutted range?
For sure.
I checked back because I thought I had the nuts. I actually thought I might be good on the 10. I should check that. I was good. Good at worse diamonds.
That's my pot.
Wait a second. Did not Mark lose the knit game again?
I'm happy with the 10.
Oh, God, that's tilty. Not Mark lost the knit game again, which means there's $150 of dead money in this splash pot. So with that dead money in there, everything's going to be a little bigger. And that's why Sean made it $75 with ace-5 of spades.
Doesn't take much for me to call, but damn.
Yeah, Mark is running really bad.
Like 7-3 I call, you know?
Except in the like first 10 minutes of the stream. Hey, Superman Poker, thanks for chatting so much. I'm in this booth all alone. Sometimes get a little cabin fever in here. We used to have 2 guys doing this. Sean whiffs. He's been card vetted and he hasn't connected with pretty much any flops.
So much goodness on that flop.
I had 8-3. Call.
I jacked 2.
Oh, me too. I jacked 2.
I jacked 2 flop just like a second.
Mark called his pre-flop raise with 9-6 offsuit.
Glad I didn't just get in there with 75.
I was live.
Yeah. I mean, we all had the same card. You're not there. Brad.
All right, I think the timing works out to where hour number 2 might be coming to a close soon, and we will have the results of the VPIP game. So we do this once an hour. The VPIPs reset after hour 1. Jay had to pay Duck $100 because he had the lowest VPIP in hour 1. And so after this hand, I'm going to pull out the VPIP charts and see who's highest and lowest. OFC, leave Mark alone. Mark opened. No, someone opened. OFC's squeezing. Ace deuce offsuit. It's a bluff. Oh, that's a big squeeze. Mark has to fold. Good play, OFC. Wait, Superman Poker, what Friday home game? Here?
I always go Visa next.
You can host all your home games here whenever you want to. There's a bar.
Get a vegan one.
Huh?
Get a vegan one. I know a couple.
I'm vegan.
There you go.
I don't know what the topic is.
Where the fuck did we do that? That was the
I'd rather stay out of it.
What did you do with your game this week?
I have no idea.
We're trying to help you throw, dude.
I'm good.
Oh, right on. I'll ask TiVo. My dumb cover band has a gig up in Frisco this Friday. We play 90s covers. We're called the Clinton Years. We're playing in Frisco for the first time. I don't know what the venue's called. I don't even know why I'm telling y'all. Hey, Tyler Mawini, how's your move, buddy? Thanks for getting in the chat. I hope it was relatively painless. Here's a 7-way limped pot. Mark finally connected with a flop, has a decent ace. Getting called by a worse ace.
I spotted this. What is this like little logo on the bottom? What is that? Some guys had shirts with
That's
that.
the check.
That's a what?
It's a criminal organization then.
Are you serious? Oh, it's official.
Queen of Hearts on this turn's cool.
Idiot.
OFC does bet turn with his ace.
Check, check.
Damn it.
It's pretty standard. Goes check, check. OFC's out kicked.
Threw away deuce.
Ace 3 specifically, he can probably check that turn. Whoop.
Nobody can use this.
Oh, you see 3, right?
Yeah, Michael Carr, I haven't really studied in a long time. I got to look that up. Brad would definitely know. Tyler Mawini just moved to Kansas City, if I remember correctly. He used to be our graphics man.
Best laid plans.
Yeah, moving's never fun, Tyler. It's one of those things. Michael, the gig, I'd have to look up where it is. That's, for some reason, something I don't pay attention to. I forgot the name of the place, but it's in Frisco. And that's pretty much the only detail I know.
45 piece.
I should probably look it up. Hey, what do we got working here?
3 folds. 4 folds.
We got some pocket pairs going after it.
Fold 6. Fold pocket 7. We got 5 way action. There we go. There we go.
Who's flopping a set this time? Oh,
Check it. Check it.
it's nobody.
How much is the Butterfinger?
Very aggressive villain. I think he was the pre-flop raiser. And this ace-high board is dry enough. Rainbow, pretty disconnected. He can just bet a lot of his range. Sean's going to call with a 5. A really bad 5. And Jay has the best hand with 7s, but he folds. Queen changes nothing for our players, and our villain might just put the brakes on, slow this down. I guess the queen's good for, I don't know, him. He's going to stay aggressive and double barrel 4s. He's basically turning 4s into a bluff, saying, I have a good ace. And now the 5's fold and he gets it through. Our villain turning 4s into a bluff and getting a 5 to fold. What a champ. Just growing his stack. He's got $12,000 in front of him. Yeah, the battles are intensifying. The game's getting a little more serious. There's been some fun plays that have gotten shown. And Villain's just being very aggressive with his monster stack. Right now, he opens with jacking off. Really cool flop for Brad. Bad flop for Villain. Multi-way. Duck could have bet his really decent ace. Pardon me, 8. Get a little protection, get called by draws. Possibly get check raised by somebody. Brad's not check raising just yet. He has a ton of equity. Oh, this is really fun now. Duck trips up with his 8s. And Brad still has a humongous draw. The board is paired. He's not drawing dead that often. Duck can have some sets of 4s and 3s for a full house. You don't typically want to be drawing dead. Brad's getting the direct odds to call here, I believe. What was it, 175 in like a half-size pot bet? He's got implied odds. He doesn't get there. And Duck's trip 8s are good. Duck's letting Brad bluff at this again. I think he did this earlier and Brad didn't take the bait. And I'm possibly misremembering this. Duck says, dang it. Really wanted you to bluff at this, buddy.
Buddy, my bet is ace.
Good check back, Brad.
Buddy, my bet is ace.
Yeah, king high.
Alright, you got a good chance coming up.
Oh, Duck didn't show his hand, and now he's lying about it. All right, we're doing this again. Give everybody a little break from my voice while this bomb pot happens. This dealer change bomb pot.
6, 7 of clubs.
What?
6, 7 of clubs.
Yeah, you're not.
I had 1 club.
I'm not betting into that.
Alright, 68.
Nice, Mark.
52. 63.
Mark.
52. 63. 57. 47. 42.
Ooh, yo!
Oh,
What is yo 100
oh,
to? What is yo 100 to?
Which would be Mark.
Mark.
Not Mark.
There you go, Mark. $100 bucks.
Mark's
not
not
here.
here.
That's right.
Hey,
Not Mark. Not Mark.
how much was Venom?
Yeah.
Venom was what?
63.
Oh, okay.
What were you,
I-
67?
68.
Wow, that's crazy.
Mark was 68.
It's
Oh,
so
Mark.
hard.
Sorry.
It's so hard to get the fucking VPIP up when it's getting like 3 bets and 4 bets before this.
Well, the rule is like if I double straddle and I don't call my straddle, it doesn't count toward my beat because that's why I
Right.
don't want to double straddle.
That's why I don't double straddle either.
Yeah, that's why he said it. He's like, just pre-flop buy that.
Or I just call blind. That's why I called blind like one.
Just pull it.
No.
I mean, you only have to
He's not
call.
here. I wouldn't
Okay,
take
you know what?
it.
Last time I was a loser all 3 hours, so this time's just 1.
He's not here, right?
What
Mike,
was,
Mike, if he's not here, don't take his ante for the bump bump.
Then you're told me to.
Okay.
No, he's
Okay,
not.
who's anti OFC?
Oh, he's not even in here.
Yeah.
He'd be pissed if he doesn't get to play it.
I don't know if he wants to play. I didn't say anything to me, but
Probably
also
wants to
they
rest.
play
Oh,
with
that's
him
fine.
more,
We
so
have,
I
we
don't
have 7
know.
other players. It's fine.
I'm also okay just dealing him a hand. If he's not here, we can just kill it.
I think that makes it annoying for the graphics.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. Just don't do it. It's fine. It's just one person.
Okay.
If you go punch, so crazy that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna purposely stall there. Fuck it, I'll keep the $15 in there. You know, just keep it out.
Wait, who won the BPIP thing?
Mark. Oh, Mark won.
Did it feel like he had a lot of action in there?
Nope.
What were
Did
we?
it feel that way?
They need to see on the cards.
I
did
scanned
a
them
lot
one at a
of fun.
time.
I know, that's what I'm waiting on is for everybody's.
I don't think, I don't know.
I literally
There's a
scanned them
lot
one at a
of
time.
fun.
Like, and I got that.
He'll be alright. He'll be fine. Trust me. He's not like he doesn't even like to feel alone buds.
Five of spades, 4 of diamonds, 3 of spades.
Both of them are yours?
That's that one.
Jack of spades, king of diamonds, 9 of clubs. Check. Check. Check's round.
Queen of clubs,
6 of
4
hearts.
diamonds. Queen of clubs, 4 hearts.
You want to bet on that?
Yep.
Oh, it's gonna pair the 9.
Ooh, that's very.
10 of
I
diamonds.
called 10 of diamonds, didn't I?
He did.
Check.
Oh, I called it on the other check.
So it doesn't count.
So good. I guess it does.
50. Call. Set flat. 200 plus 105, 305. Fold. Call.
Yeah. Did you want us to wait for you?
No.
Okay.
You don't wait for that. I knew I missed it. This is the bomb pot and the.
No, you just missed my pot.
Do you want us to put you in on bonds and stuff?
Sure. No.
If you're not here?
I don't want to be putting them on top.
All right, I'm back. What do we have here?
Unless I'm walking, coming to work, some shit.
Ooh, Duck's got the straight on top. That's pretty good for now. You got 3 callers? All right, I'm coming in late. He's got the nut flush draw on the bottom. Would love to see a club.
Jack of 3 of hearts. Eight of hearts. Jack.
Sean has Broadway on the bottom. That's pretty good. And so he and Duck are going to chop this.
He's clean.
Jack's round.
6, 7. It's queen and queens on top.
Alright.
Pretty decent little bomb pot win for both of them.
I have the nuts straight. Down here.
One time.
Oh, yeah. Duck River to straight on the bottom as well. Okay. Good check back, though, I think. Bomb pots are confusing. A lot of cards, a lot of colors, a lot of shapes,
4 players is hard.
numbers and letters, the whole bag. Lots of them.
He was straight up top and then straight
I
on.
mean, if somebody pots there, you can't even call all this. So I said it went to shit. From that end.
He popped. I can't call.
Oh, I misspoke. It's not OFC. It's our villain. Our villain has the Broadway on bottom.
Position.
Okay.
You get to see half of the people. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, I'm gonna give it to the dealer and give it to the dealer.
Thank you. Top right. Thank you.
It's like worst position gets it.
Let's check this out.
How many hit for those we have left? Okay,
We're
you
not.
guys,
We haven't played 2 rounds.
Oh, this
We've only played 2 rounds of the
We've
game.
always done.
Man, we got 4 players
Right, we have 2 left.
from the one that.
down in the red.
Where does it go again?
Mark was the one person that didn't get it, so it goes to, once it gets to Mark.
Mark had the button when it ended?
Don't know.
No.
I don't remember. We can just start now. It's an easy one. Yeah, just start.
Yeah, they're starting.
Nick game's back on, folks. That's what those red discs are for.
Could repop that, Eric? Come on. I don't have no redraws, man. If that board
That was really lost for you if you
Snap fold.
redraws.
Snap fold. No redraws. I had redraws on both.
You want them to call.
Yeah, you
Give
see,
it
I
the
know
run
you
out.
did. I had those
He
stone
did it.
cold
He's
nuts.
getting greedy now. He
If
doesn't
they're
have
high,
any
I'm not
dimensions.
folding here. No, I could have got.
All right, we're into hour 3 here of our
I mean, the fact that
OFC's 5-5-10 match the stat game.
He's got a hand he's never
I mean, it was a good raise.
Deep stack shit.
75.
If Patrick doesn't raise there, I call and I bang. I have 5.3. You know,
Good for you. I'm glad you folded.
3 pair.
I have to pot there. Potential.
I actually had 3 flush.
Superman Poker says last week the first 30 minutes knocked out 2 players. We didn't stream this game last week. Did we stream the 1-2 game? Did you play in that? So I might have missed something, but for some reason OFC made it 75 pre-flop and got 3 callers. Flop checks through.
Well, I mean,
OFC is now going to bet his 10 for 1/3 size of the pots. Sean makes a light call with his 4. Not Mark had a straight draw that he called with.
Jay, how much did you have?
I don't know. They didn't say. I mean, I didn't hear about it.
You're probably like.
Let's turn the cards over, boys. And OFC wins $445 in that seemingly innocuous hand. Innocuous?
Just everything gone. Maybe
Oh, wow. Colombia beat Uruguay today. Damn. I think Uruguay are big favorites in that game. Oh, the summer soccer tournaments have been incredible. And I missed that semifinal to be here with you folks talking about cards. Plenty of big pots available left. Halfway through this bugger. A lot of money was moved around. Hand 45, got some limps. Graphics, what? Oh, sorry, whatever. Everyone's got knit buttons and everyone's limping. Oh, except for Mark, who rips it on in. Wow. He sure as F doesn't want to lose the knit game 3 times in a row, so he's just forcing the issue. Oh, no. Oh, no. OFC.
I was gonna try practice. This is gonna hit. What do you got? Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
This is a bummer for Mark. I mean, not Mark. This is a 70-30 situation. OFC in great shape with ace, king of hearts. Everyone can see the board or see the graphics, and I don't know if they're going once or twice.
Oh my god.
Woo! 10.
More outs.
Bean.
Oh no, no good. You went to Paris.
No, 7 would have been good.
They are going twice.
If that's really what they had. Yeah, I know OFC does all the time. So.
Oh, there's a 10. There's a 10 for Mark. All right, chop this up, boys, please. Hold up. 10, hold up. Oh, no. Oh, Mark.
Oh, yeah, he's king of hearts. You were good.
Oh my god, I also had hearts.
Oh, the ace from space on the second board.
What happens with the 7-13?
He still pays it.
No, but
Oh, Mark. That's a tough night.
He pays the full amount.
He pays a full amount?
He's dealing with it.
Really?
So
This is nullified to the next hour then?
Yeah, well,
Good to
no,
see you,
we'll
Mark.
just play again. Keep going, or do we want to
Yeah,
stop?
keep going.
Just keep going and finish it.
So this is a splash pod then, right?
Splash pod doesn't. We need to play
We're
one more.
restarting after the splash pod. Okay, sure. I mean,
All right, so what's happening here is Mark's calling it a night,
right now this is
but he had a knit button,
splash pod.
and there's kind of a social contract where if you start a knit game, you have to finish it.
Ignore the Nick buttons, yo. I won't put mine. Nick buttons off this.
And if you don't want to rebuy before the knit game's over, you pay the penalty, which Mark did. He paid the $200 and called it a night. Oh, that's gross.
5 in the street.
Wait, so OFC, Sean, you should get your Nick buttons back, right?
Oh, you're the Strauss. Sorry.
Last week on TC,
Raise to 20.
Anyway, we're playing a splash pot. You see those greens in the middle? There's extra dead money in there. These pots can get fun. There's free money in there.
Some other gentlemen.
Somebody go get it.
Some other gentlemen.
The gentleman's is never coming back.
Brad absolutely has a raising hand with ace-7 of clubs.
And you're the straddle for this hand?
Yeah, but
Correct?
Yeah.
Because
No, okay.
There's that 5 left.
Speculative call for villain. Same for Duck.
Check.
you could have called for 10.
Okay, check.
Same thing.
Three checks.
Nah.
Brad check this one. Checks round.
Let's flop check through. Brad checked his ace. That's smart.
Check. Check.
Now he can bet it. I think the term is delayed C-bet. OFC thinks his 5 might still be good. It's possible, but not this time.
One trade.
What's that river? Show us that river, graphics. Queen of spades. Brad wins $300 plus the dead money? So he just won $450 or $5? And got rid of his knit button?
That's so we just wait till the next hour.
Okay, yeah, let's just wait, yeah.
Oh, because the one thing is already been paid.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep it low and it just blew up.
All right, yeah, so Mark dove on the grenade, paid the knit button losses, which means he lost it 3 times in a row. God, what a shitty night for Mark. That hurts my heart. Love that dude.
No, it actually, it is on Venom.
So on Venom, whenever it gets to Venom, we go.
I remember Splash Pop was on my foot.
Patrick
Where's
is
the
just
button
5.
at?
That's not me. Patrick is just 5.
You're 10.
You're 10.
You're 10.
You're 10.
Okay. No, he wasn't 10 last time.
That's right. He was under the gun.
So is the button with Jay?
Here is telling
Oh,
me
because we
you're
were
10.
missing him.
Yeah, this kind of does get tricky when you lose a player because the graphics, like especially when the button's there. Anyway, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, he is right.
What would have happened? last
But it
time?
warrants a discussion.
You were supposed to
do it this
be the
way.
big blind.
I was supposed to
We
be
would have just
fine.
missed a 10 to 1 hand.
That's all that would have happened.
I think you could have paid an extra 10.
Our villain is a dealer, knows his shit.
$10.
And
I
Patrick
paid 10.
saved 10.
Oh, you did?
Patrick said it's
I'll be just paying like 5.
Right, but yeah,
That's fine.
the way they did it last time, that problem would have continued.
35.
Yeah, they should have just
It's definitely an opening hand for Asian J in the cutoff.
5 extra.
Makes it 35.
Technically,
You'll
actually.
be alright. You'll be alright.
He'll be alright.
Alright, dude.
Jewish Indian.
You'll be okay. 25 more.
I could say that.
Come on, graphics.
He doesn't want to pay the money.
There it is. I just really think that villain likes to battle Asian J. And he's making some light calls. And he just flops trips. Villain flopping trips.
35.
Jay makes a very small C bet. 1/4. He's got backdoor spades and 2 overs. He's gonna have a hard time against trip 7s though.
Decent. Not bad.
Duck called with his pair of 6s and backdoor spades too.
I've not done anything yet.
Here? Bro, we were going
4's pretty bricky. 5/8 is a straight now. And 3/5.
everybody talked out.
Jay gives it up on this turn multi-way as he should.
More than 1,500 against you out of player.
And Eric trapped his 7s, did not bet his 7s on the turn, and now there's a 4-liner to a 5. Duck is either going for thin value with a 6 or bluffing a straight. I can't really tell.
Max damage was 1,500.
Always has it. Always has it. Just kidding. Always has it.
Oh, another pot for villain, who's basically on a heater.
He's had a share of bad luck on stream.
Not very often.
We all have at this point. Played enough where we all.
Yeah, that's true.
Venom's had the
Duck
worst.
I lost like 14 in the game last night.
One time.
Yeah,
I lost 6,000.
I think Mark was down
Oh, this guy.
4K by the end of it.
In Sean's last
And
game.
he's like, I had my share of bad luck.
It's not the biggest loss in these games,
I'm talking about something.
relatively.
Yeah,
Last
Sunday.
game I played in, I don't even think I
Sunday's
had
not
any
my
big
stream.
pots. I was down
Thursday
like
I've run
4K.
well. Sundays I've run
Over
poorly.
like 4K.
Mitch
Yeah.
always runs
Record
my
was
shit
wrong.
down.
I was only down like 2 or 3.
Oh, by the way, Mitch texted me that he wanted to play tomorrow. I never got that text. His phone's fucking up or whatever. So,
Is your game going to Wednesday every time? Was just this week?
no, just this week because I'm not available tomorrow.
That makes sense.
Gotcha.
And I asked everybody that I knew.
All right, so the question was just answered that I was curious about earlier.
Get the game Thursday, but I can't play.
I thought, oh, now villain has aces again.
Wednesday.
Thursday's definitely like a better night, I think. Overall, Thursday I think is a better night overall.
Duck 3 bets with his 10s from the small blind.
Set now for Thursday being off.
What do you do for work, a referee?
Brad asked him how much he has left. Ace 8 of diamonds.
to
It's
this
like
side.
half game.
Brad about to 4-bet bluff this? No. You thought about it. And here comes a 4-bet, I think.
45. 145. Discount.
It's like he's sexy, but he likes to follow the rules. That's what that means.
Exactly. That's what it means, yeah.
He's sexy.
Oh, I got derailed earlier. So OFC's stream is gonna, it just moved to Wednesday this week because OFC can't play tomorrow. There's a 4-bet
425.
with aces. Duck can't be crazy about this, but Villain has an image. Folding 10s to a 4-bet's pretty nitty, and Duck makes the call.
2 players sets up.
Duck might lose some more money in this pot. Villain with those murderous eyes. How much money can I make? This won't be very big.
380.
Oh, it's more than I thought. 380? Almost a half pot size bet on a king 4 ball board. Yeah, Duck's got to think through this because, like, yeah, it's less likely that Villain has a king. But what are his bluffs on this board? What 4-bets in position? Like ace, queen suited sometimes. Duck's losing to queens and jacks and aces and all ace king. This 4 is inconsequential and nothing really matters at this point. Does Villain ever check back aces here? I think you're supposed to at some frequency. There's just like 0 draws out here. Oh, he puts them all in. Yeah. Very frustrated fold with the 10s from Duck.
Yeah, he used it.
Well, it was aces. Fucking aces.
Okay, well, he said it.
Well, give me my thing back.
You guys
Well, I feel like he said it though, right?
I swear on
He's
everything,
not
aces.
lying.
He's not lying because it's on stream, so he had ace.
No, obviously that's all the time in this stream, but I wouldn't lie.
It's the card reading
I'm
that
keeping
messes
my
up
button.
my hand every time.
Oh,
Not your
really?
dialogue at
every
the
time.
table.
Every time. Yeah.
Good fold. What a nit fold.
What a heater for our Villain right now. He's up almost $8,000. Christ almighty.
He's got 1,300 behind.
Woof.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only movie. He literally has 1,300 behind.
Sean got unstuck.
I've never heard anyone say over 1,000 is just nothing. You just seemed like, oh, he just has 1,300. So
Well, because he has
Yeah.
No, it's not that.
$19,000.
Relative to the
the pot.
pot.
The pot was big enough. The only bet was all in.
My God.
I know. 45.
That's why I went all in.
Call.
Villain's in the mood to just run this table over. I love that killer spirit he has. Ooh, now Sean's got the 10s, but he doesn't 3-bet. This is risky, buddy.
Yeah, I mean,
You're going to play super multi-way out of position with 10s.
No, he didn't 3-bet king jack. He 4-bet king jack.
I did, because I was in position, and OFC probably folded. But then I'm
Wow. What a read.
I had the best hand.
that hand.
Jack.
King Jack.
Well, he had 9s, but I had ace 9 of diamonds again.
Interesting flop.
15.
I'm like,
Villain bets $15.
Ace 9 suited.
What?
Twice on the button back to back.
$15 with a 4.
Did you forget to put the 2 greens in?
Sean thought about raising there, but he didn't. His 10s are good for now.
Just saying.
Now there's some possible straight draws out here. Yeah, Villain's just in a mood right now. Double barreling when he picks up. Does he have a straight draw? Wait. No, he's just representing a king. Call him down, Sean.
Chair.
Very tense.
All right, interesting hand. Sean played that pretty passively.
Kid's good at that.
I hope Sean's not like a little shell-shocked after his just run of shitty hands in the last couple days. Yeah, he's gotten cooler a lot. And that is a form of tilt when you just kind of retreat into your shell and start playing too cautiously and too passively.
When you had 10-3 of hearts and they run it twice and he squeezed.
There's different forms of tilt.
It wasn't my stream.
It's not like you just start punting and getting spewy.
Alexander had 3-bet somebody. No, he had 10-3 of hearts and he 3-bet some dude who had queens.
I think it was Benham. Wasn't that against you when he hit 10-3?
No, I think it was like
David?
Squire.
Hand 50?
Squire hasn't played his stream, so it must have been one of the Squire hasn't played. Not
Yeah,
long.
it was, I don't think it was your stream.
Oh, it might have been like the 2-5 one. Or Frederick's game.
He did it on my stream too one time with shit all in and ran it.
I remember the 10-3 versus Queens, I think. I think I might have dealt that. Sounds
Why is
familiar.
he, does he not play this?
He plays it. He's just away.
This A6 offsuit raise from Duck to 55 is interesting. Late versus late, I'm surprised Brad didn't 3-bet Jack 10 of heart or Jack 10 of clubs, and it's just going to bring everybody in with him.
When he has 9 deuce offsuit.
9 deuce.
Oh,
Check.
that's my hand.
He's got a pair now. Check works.
This misses pretty much everybody. Villain has a 5. Now Duck has an ace, but the front door diamonds get here. No one has any. OFC's got a 7 of diamonds. And ace 6 offsuit's not good enough to bet. What's Brad going to do? He picked up the Broadway draw, and he's feeling a lot of weakness because flop and turn check all the way through. The 9 doesn't change anything for anybody, and Duck with a bad ace.
I have an ace.
Let's go to check. I have an ace. Give me that $230 in profit. I need it. And that doesn't happen very often here, folks. Flop, turn, and river check all the way through. 5 or 6-handed. Honestly, a statistical improbability. That happening in a game like this. I think these have reset already, and we're about halfway through, which means like 10 hands. All these VPIPs have always been like really small sample, but now this is a big spread. Duck and Villain at 75 is ridiculous. Oh, Brad at 50. I'm really proud of him for 50. I remember him playing some streams back in the day, and he was just getting roasted for having like 18% VPIP, sub 20s. I think it happened multiple times. He's a really sound player. He's not going to get out of line if he's just in card dead. You can just be patient.
Oh no, Raz is the 7 cards total, right? You actually want to make your best type of card.
Oh, look at all this trash.
No, Raz is best low.
Worst.
Yeah.
Worse, but ace deuce 3
Stud is
4
the best high.
Ace deuce 3 5 is nuts.
A really live suited connector for Asian J. Oh, and these two are going to battle again. Here comes a raise.
Wheel doesn't count in Raz.
Oh, I'm wrong.
I think, and Deuce is 7 2 flushes and straights.
Wheel is no good in Raz.
85.
Our Villain, taking a passive route for the first time tonight, just calls King Queen of Diamonds against Jay. He knew someone behind him was going to call.
Counting cards. Counting cards, playing poker.
Top 2 for Villain. He's still on this heater. And it's a little disguised. Asian J, c-betting his whole range for a small size. And our Villain is just prying open those teeth of the bear trap. Just calls. All right, that's interesting. That's interesting. Jay can double barrel here. Even though he had 2 players behind him.
It's mine.
Oh, then I definitely want to talk.
I'm not really sure what OFC floated with 6-5. He is going to double barrel now that he picks up equity with his flush draw. He can still represent all the good ace, king, ace, queen, kings, queens, aces. He was the pre-flop raiser from the small blind. Our villain's never folding king, queen here. But he's also not raising. And this is a time to go bye-bye, Sean. OFC. Can Asian J get there? Oh no. Oh, villain. Good Lord. How is this happening? Jay was running a bluff and he hits his backdoor clubs, gets there, and then our villain has a very disguised full house with king, queen. Let's remember how this pre-flop and flop and turn played out. Our villain just flatted pre-flop, flatted flop, flatted turn, and now boats up when Jay hits his flush. What a bloodbath. Yuck. I've never seen villain run this hot in my life. This pot's got $800 in it, and Jay's gonna overbet. I think he made it 1,000. In his debut on the Peaks Poker House Peaks stream, Jay.
No. I just got to go.
All of it.
Oh God. Jay almost snap called, and now he's disgusted.
How do you actually have a boat here?
Exactly. How do you actually have a boat here? It's an incredible question. Yep, king, queen. Jay nailed it. Jay's on it. He's a damn good player. He's got to think through this. Can he make a monster fold? Let's see. He made it 1,000 and he had 2250 in front of him. The pot size on the graphics is super inflated because our villain went all in for 13,155, but he effectively went all in for 2250. So the pot was like 800 before Jay's $1,000 bet, so it's 1,800 and then 2250. So we're looking at about $4,000 in the pot.
But you can't be mad at him.
And Jay's got 1,250 behind. He's getting like 3.5 to 1. Is he good 1 out of 4 times here? Does Velen ever do this with like...
He works all day long.
King 10 with the king of clubs?
He takes work calls whenever he gets them.
Jay has to make the crying call with his backdoor flush. And he's got to be sick to his stomach now. Eric is just on a ridiculous heater. Oh, God. Jay's going back into his very cool 3-coin bag.
He is one of the best dealers I've ever had. And I don't like saying nice things about him.
Oh, that's nice, Duck. He just paid Eric a compliment, says he's one of the best dealers he's ever had. He's a damn good dealer. He's like a machine. God, Jay gets stacked again, and now he's super stuck.
I should have a call with that, but at the same time, I was like, how can he have a boat?
Because he's good.
All right, let's talk through that last hand because it's fascinating. It's the first time tonight that Eric has made a passive play pre-flop, and he did not 3-bet pre-flop with the king, queen of diamonds when he pretty much like does all the time, and like most people do in that configuration. Doesn't raise the flop when he flops top 2 pair. He just flat calls the flop. So he's got just trap in his mind. He's like, I'm gonna trap the shit out of Jay. Jay now bluffs the turn when he picks up a flush draw.
At some point it stops.
So he calls the turn bet. He just flats that.
The dynamics of the hand made it different.
And then Jay hits his flush, overbets the flop or the pot to 1,000. Eric had bowed it up and rips it on in with the nut boat. Well, it's not the nut boat, but still. Jay can't fold there, and it's just a cooler. What a disgusting river. And that was another huge pot tonight. Oh, Asian Jay has stuck $6,000. Oh, what's happening here? I missed some stuff, but I think that Sean just 3-bet Jack 10 offsuit from the cutoff. Brad's thinking about a 4-bet here. I actually think he should. Multi-way, I guess he decided that he's getting the right price with enough equity against 2 players in the middle. He's probably picked up a read from Sean that he doesn't fold to 4-bets very often. He must have a decent hand. Misses everybody. And Sean should just be aggressive on this king high 7-4 2 heart board. He 3-bets 2 players in position. He sizes up to 300 into 425 and takes it down with jack high.
Did you ask him if it's been time for the VPIP?
Yeah, is it 9:30 yet? Anyone have Apple Watch? No? Yeah, it's 9:36 right now.
Oh, someone threw him that little clear disc, so he had to show. He had to show the bluff. And Brad is now regretting not 4-bet bluffing the ace-5 of clubs.
So it should be 9 to 10, right?
Which pre-flop charts will say is like the classic 4-bet bluff hand. And Brad's a big charts guy. Brad's a big charts guy, right?
So there's still time.
Minnesota Mike.
There's still time.
Like you're gonna.
Damn hell, guys. This stream has been nuts.
650.
Yeah, it's going slow.
I guess I'll put this up now. Villain's up $10,400.
Yeah, the first hand was left on at 658.
Sun running on like a big ass deep stream. Not Mark and Jay are basically the 2 victims of all of our villains' heat. Running like the sun, as some people say. I don't know how Jay's not tilted out of his mind right now.
It doesn't matter. He runs so good. I mean, he plays his hands face up and still gets nutty.
I mean, it's hard to say he's sun running, but Eric basically is playing perfectly. I can't remember like a big bluff that he's gotten through. He probably has. I don't know. Duck made an 85 pre-flop, and Benham made a really light call with king 4 and flops and king. Now he's just scared of an ace. Duck does c-bet this flop, representing a big ace. And Benham made the call. Duck's either going to hit a 5 or be brave and like triple barrel this to get a king to fold. With 5s here. Yes. Get rid of that knit button, buddy. He bets a little more than half-size pot, and Benham's got to be worried about a better king or an ace, but there's enough draws out there that he thinks his king might be good. Interesting river. Front door diamonds get there. Duck gives up.
Have a pocket pair.
And he's got to be frustrated that he got called pre-flop with king 4 offsuit. I know I would. But the knit game is on, and people are looser trying to get rid of that knit button, which Benham does, and wins 410. Good timing, Lucy. Hey, Nate Schmidt, what Poker House stream were you watching? Nate Schmidt says, damn, I was watching the wrong Poker House stream. What the F? This is Poker House at Peaks in Dallas. There's a bunch of poker houses. This one's in Dallas, in the Design District. It's like the last good house in Dallas proper.
Yeah, but we didn't remind you, and it already passed.
Apparently, TCH Dallas could get shut down any day. I don't know. I probably shouldn't say stuff like that. Thank you, Lucy.
Sir.
That's one of the better hands Sean has seen pre-flop in a while, and he opens this ace jack off.
Nice try, though.
Oh, he got rid of his blind. What a slick guy.
DJ's game, DJ's game. Oh, are they streaming the Fort Worth like 1-2 game right now, Nate? Probably. Oh yeah, they have a Wednesday stream in Fort Worth. Really nice hand of the small blind for OFC, who just calls.
It's all about you, that all the time.
Duck's been making these incredibly light pre-flop calls to raises.
This cash game tournament's wild, isn't it? This cash game tournament's wild, isn't it?
Brad flops a full house. That is neat. And Sean's going to lose some money here. Top pair, top kicker. Plenty of worse hands to get value from the field. OFC has a second nut flush draw. He's not going anywhere. And now the decision is Brad. Don't raise yet. Don't scare him off. You got a hammer lock on this hand. He's probably going to keep this trapdoor open until the river. Even though he got 2 calls on the flop bet, Sean decides that his ace-jack is still really good. OFC folds his flush draw. The board's paired. He might be drawn dead. And Brad's in heaven that Sean is betting 415. An overbet to the pot size on the turn. And we're going to see Brad do a little acting. What was that? Oh, it was just a call. I think it was a purple chip in there. This 8 is a brick. 6-7 gets there, which neither player should have. Maybe Brad has 6-7 of diamonds. Now he's going to lead the river. I wonder what the size is going to be. There's $1,200 in this pot.
Don't lose them in bad ways.
Brad goes really small. He goes 250.
And it's my fault.
225 rather. Interesting line, Brad. He thinks that Sean will check back this river too often with a good jack. Sean, a little crying call for this size. This is ridiculous. You flopped a full house on me. I have ace jack here. You got to be kidding me, man. Brad just won 9-10, most of it off of Sean, who's now in his like 3rd day of running bad, and it's still going. I think multi-way Sean can check that turn. I don't know, maybe not. You don't want people to just hit flushes on you all day. Nate says that Brad on that river should have gone really big. Try to get bluff caught by that ace-jack. I don't know. I'll ask him about it later. He definitely thought about it, and he decided to go for the small sizing with this check call lead river line. Oh no, Nate, I've seen Sean get coolered like 6 times in the last 3 days. He's running pretty bad. I mean, he's still a loose player. He's still, I mean, the week before that, he just won piles here, and that's why this is his favorite room to play in. Asian J made a light open here in hand 55 with 9-8 offsuit and gets 3-bet immediately by Jack 10 of diamonds. Binksy says, damn, Eric is up a lot of booed lights. What's up, Cole? Thanks for chatting with me. I'm not getting lonely in this little closet by myself. Yeah, Jay folded to that 3-bet and Villain wins $50. I think Asian J is now not super thrilled about having to sit directly to the right of our Villain Yeah, Nate Schmidt says that Brad on that last hand, second to last hand, that Brad went small on that river lead to hopefully induce a raise. That is always a possibility. Brad has that club in his bag, as they say. A lot of tools in his toolbox. Pretty much all these guys have all the tools. Yep, still running hot. Oh, look at this again. He's doing this again to Jay. Trapping with ace-king offsuit. He's going to get a ton of calls behind, so it's risky. But if he hits a big hand, he could stack Jay again. And trust me, Villain wants to. Villain wants all the money on the table. He's like hyper-competitive Yu-Gi-Oh guy. Like possibly world champion or some shit. And he's just kind of a killer. He's kind of a villain. Benham has a queen. And our villain multi-way is going to float here with 2 overs, hoping to bink a ace or a king. But no, OFC trips up. Triple crab draggers. He's got this locked down. He's got the clean diaper, 3 deuce suited. And he will bet his trip 3s.
230.
How much? Oh, 230, half pot. Benham with a bad queen. He thinks there's enough bluffs that OFC has that his queen might be good. Villain should probably call it a day on this hand. Yup. None of the draws get there, and I think Sean goes kind of big here.
Yeah, a lot of the grinders are in Vegas, so like the 725, honestly.
Oh, all right. It's like 80% of the pot. Benham is now bluff catching.
Wasn't it 25?
Yeah, they changed it because 10
None of the possible straight draws or flush draws got there. He loses to a better queen that might go 3 streets. Now he loses to a king. OFC shows the deuce 3 suited.
I wanted to represent the bottom pair. They're all.
You know, I always.
He wins $550 and gets rid of his knit button.
is so good.
Is OFC unstuck?
Huh?
Not only is he unstuck, he's up $1,000 now, buddy.
It's both, to be honest. If you get in kind of early, the
Brad's up 20. I mean, Villains obviously are a big winner.
at night it gets juicy.
It's a 5-5-10 game. He's up 10 grand.
I wouldn't say whales necessarily. There's like 1 or 2 sometimes.
I made the right bet amount.
Like it's not a tough game.
He's up 1,000 big blinds.
Like a lot of the times.
Bet
like,
amount.
Is that really bad math? Wait.
there's a lot of
If I sit down on a 5-5-10 game with $1,000, I have 100 big blinds, right? So if I had $10,000, I would have 1,000 big blinds. Yeah, dude, I'm an idiot. Anyway, he's up piles.
It's been a good game. I feel like I'm like 6. If I don't play, I'm gonna have FOMO. You know, 'cause it's gonna get worse once all the Vegas.
Man, I hope he doesn't leave. I hope Asian J doesn't leave before I can like needle him a little bit when the stream's over.
It's good right now though.
Actually, I'm a little too nice to do that when someone loses this much money. There's still time to come back. Still an hour left in this stream. Asian J could get a little less stuck. I haven't paid attention to this hand at all, but it looks shitty. It looks boring, so let's just get this over with. Duck has a straight? They're chopping?
I call the 10 blind. I would raise this pretty honest.
They both have big lick and chopping a straight? Cool hand, guys.
Hey, don't get rid of that, right?
Not if we tie.
You don't have your nip button.
I got rid of it already. I qualify for a lot of hands playing this there now.
What?
The high hands over there? Did it qualify in your game?
I think so.
Well,
They're not
Yeah, sorry, Eric Hernandez. We're not doing the high hands in this big 5-5-10 game. Yeah, if you'll see on the little ticker that's scrolling down at the bottom there, for whatever reason, Poker House Peace is just giving money away these last couple weeks. High hands every 30 minutes and a chance to spin the wheel that has a ton of cash prizes on it. Like the most is $300, and I've hit that twice. Let's go, Brad. Let's put in that raise, Brad.
Anyone clocked in at that time, we were splitting like 10%. It's pretty nice.
Brad did make it 180. I'm seeing a lot of trash folding around. Oh, Sean. Oh, OFC's real like first name is Sean. And one, I want to compliment him on this badass glasses and shirt combo.
Oh, wait, but there's 3 clubs. Yeah, so you gotta think about the other thing. Wait, how is that?
And he flops a wheel draw. Asian Sean's in this hand too with 6-4 offsuit. Really wanted to bink something good on the flop to get rid of his nit button, but Brad is going to c-bet because he has a really good ace. Sean folds his 4. And now how does OFC want to navigate this gut shot wheel draw? Makes the call now. He's going to see a turn. Would love to see a deuce. Oh my lord. OFC, how do you do this?
I went on such a crazy heater too at the start of the year.
So I think the stats, like what happens is like Sean will draw to gut shots so often that I see him hit them more than anyone else. So it's like kind of a recency bias thing. No. Some other sort of bias. I think he hits them. Oh, nice check back, Brad. Front door clubs get there. That might be an action killer for... Well, not action killer, but that might be a saving card for Brad that when OFC bets big here, Brad might be able to fold ace queen because front door clubs get there. Depends on what the sizing is. This pot's already $100, and OFC doesn't go very big. He goes like 40% of the pot. This is like a great sizing to get called by a good ace. Brad is good enough to make a fold like this, though. But OFC has that image of being capable of bluffing pretty much at anything.
You couldn't miss.
OFC just like he bluffs with air often enough that like when you get bluffed like this, no, he has it now. But when you get bet like this in this spot, OFC can always have some bluffs. And I think Brad might make a crying call with ace queen, and he's gonna see 5-3. Are you effing kidding me? Brad's like, buddy, I 3-bet pre-flop and you called me out of position with 5-3 offsuit and bink a gut shot straight on the turn? Emotional damage. That's not mine. I stole that from some dude that was commentating the Hustler Casino stream the other night, and he would always, something terrible would happen, and he would just go, emotional damage. And I thought it was kind of funny.
It was a bad river. I needed a brick river, and then I checked. That was in the right play. It was a fucking club I had.
Oh, thanks, BC.
If I check, you check. The river is brick, I checked.
I'm not used to numbers that big. I've never won $10,000 in one poker game before. Under the gun, Duck limps, ace 7 of spades. He does the limp jam with the nit button with ace 7 of spades.
How often have you seen me mad?
Oh. Duck just asked the table, how often have you seen me mad?
Once. Come on, Patrick. Remember back in your game when you were running bad every day, you would get pissed.
I mean, I am
You were losing like every time.
Jay with the accidental needles.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
That was good.
All right, I think I know who Ombre is, which is a hilarious name to start with. If it's your real name, I'm sorry to laugh at it. I've never seen that in my life. Ombre? But Ombre says Cole, who is Binksy in the chat, says Cole thinks his autism is the math kind. It's not. That's actually really funny. It's probably likely that someone said the exact same thing about me once.
Patrick's the last guy.
He definitely had a like final day.
What? Nobody can
The last guy that
How
has
tilted
been
would you be when
so many
he fucking
times.
folded
Like,
that last
out
time?
of everybody here, I think it would literally matter to you.
This table's
Yeah.
too good for my
And then
style
Sean
of play.
was
Or y'all
second.
fucking know me by now so much that
And then Brad,
he's
and
folding
then Venom,
queen,
and then...
you're
No,
fucking
I think
checking an ace.
you,
Yeah, I
me,
need- I
and
need-
Brad beat it.
No, Brad, he's a PT.
What?
He's married. He's got a house. Trust me.
What?
No, I mean, I think 25K.
What are they talking about?
Yeah. I'm saying, like,
Asian J is just being Asian J. I remember this well.
Shit, 2,500 matters to me.
He'll like accidentally needle the F out of you, and he doesn't really mean to, because he's kind of oblivious like that, and then he'll give you like a backhanded compliment,
It was like 68 or something.
and it probably is driving Duck crazy right now.
For what?
Roth IRA. They upped the max you can deposit.
you don't care about it because you make too much money. I think if you make more than 170 a year or something,
For what?
Roth IRA.
Oh.
Oh, we talking Roth IRAs right now?
I don't think you're on 401k, right? You're not employed by anybody. So yeah, you don't worry about that 401.
That's what it is. That's what I don't know.
We're talking retirement stuff?
Why? I'm not. You have to get a Roth IRA.
you can't use the Roth IRA if you make more than like 150 a year.
Man, these poker players are fiscally responsible.
I don't have to worry about that.
500.
Duck has now lured him into a bluff. Oh, it's gonna work!
But then next year's like,
Wow. It's air. It's air, Duck. And he says, wow. He blocks Broadway. That's a good bluff, Sean.
He got rid of it.
It was me and him.
Wowie.
950.
bro, I owe.
I wasn't really paying attention, but that's probably a fold.
So we need to
Oh, the
beat
mid button?
Yeah.
Giving it to us.
Oh, I lost the mid button?
Yeah, you lost.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
How
much is it?
200.
Jay lost the knit game.
This is the 200 one coming up?
No.
Next to this one.
The last one
I
is,
lost the mid button, I guess.
Who lost?
I lost the mid game. I wasn't even paying attention.
Duck called it. Duck said Jay will lose the knit game tonight.
Fuck! I made it 80 and I folded my button because I
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
thinking
you
about
He
it.
kept talking, so I was like, I gotta
Ah,
find it before he stops
God
talking.
damn it. Oh, I would have totally called my hand if I did that.
Oh yeah, Sean ran that bluff because he was one of the last two with a knit button. Way to go, Sean.
Jack 4-1.
Actually, I saved money in a way.
And thanks to you folks out there watching live on delay. We don't get that many concurrent viewers, but this is just a really good tool for all the players to go back and watch their play and use it as a study tool. I might play on the stream tomorrow. We're five-handed in a single raised pot, and people are just getting crazy loose. Did I assess this correctly? Open-ended for Brad, backdoor diamonds. Sean has a 9. No one has a 10. Flop checks through. 3 is a brick. Nope. No, it's not. OFC turns trip 3s again. This is familiar.
125.
It was 125 and a 300. Great sizing multi-way, obviously. Brad can call with his open-ended straight draw for that price, for sure. He doesn't get there. OFC's trip 3s are good. This is the frustrating part about OFC also, is because he like just plays so many hands He sees a lot of flops and plays so many hands that just never really know what he has here. Luckily, Brad can just fold because he didn't hit his straight. Did he ask him how much he has left?
I just played a whole scenario where we finish his hand already and I'm talking to you after the hand and they say, are you fucking kidding me? You know I never fold here.
You never fold?
No.
I never fold.
Yeah. Show me one card.
Oh, Sean can show him the 7 in a funny way. Yeah, he will. Yeah, Sean. He shows him a 7. I don't know. I think Brad is actually thinking about... Brad, you're kind of wasting all our time right now. Are you ever hero calling with Jack high here, thinking he has, like... What are his bluffs? I mean, he has bluffs, but, like, what bluffs does Brad beat with Jack high? Clock. They can't hear me from back here, but I'm clocking Brad. I mean, we'd be talking about this in a completely different attitude, because if he did have the best hand with Jack high and he was tanking to try to hero call this and he was right, we wouldn't be giving him shit at all. Oh, what up, Greg?
Hi, buddy.
7-3 clubs?
7-3 of clubs. Brad called it out exactly. These guys are good, Greg. Pretty fun little 1-2 game out there. Right on.
You should just ask. I was just
Too busy, watching you.
Chuck, you just not lie one time for ask you. Did you have 7-3 or 7-8 or
Yes, I did.
7-3 clubs?
Nate Schmidt said Brad was thinking about bluffing that river. I feel dumb now because you can't just call with Jack high. You would have to put a big raise in there to win that pot.
You have 7-8 and just fucking flip over, because that's a sick play.
Brad had the 8 blocker,
Oh, that's the sickest play. I love that.
but he knows that OFC
I always have the weirdest hand.
doesn't fold very often.
57, 84, 52,
Yes.
57.
And Brad was giving away way too much information during his tank to where a jam or like a raise would have made any sense. It would have been like Oscar-worthy acting if Brad had raised there as a bluff, and he wouldn't get a fold anyway. I mean,
Play almost every hand.
And there's one more for the last 45 minutes? One more, right?
what the hell's happening?
There's be one more.
One more VPIP, one more VPIP.
OFC's like, you win every time. I'm like, I play every fucking hand.
Yeah, he
I
does
feel like
give
you're
it.
like,
I'm surprised.
you're like.
Oh, okay. This is dealer change, PLO bomb pot, $15 ante, 4 cards, double boarded, uncapped.
Oh, yeah, you got 3.
And he's got 3 cards.
Oh no,
It's always the
Joel, is this a
red one doesn't have this.
second demerit?
I'm serious. When I
No, I'm sorry, man, but it feels
I don't
like
care.
you don't.
So here's the
Oh, let's look at some charts.
He doesn't play many hands, but he calls a lot of $10 pots.
We are going into the 4th hour of the stream. Look at Hernandez.
He does come in for at least 30 to...
Yeah, but he's got.
Isn't that insane? It might be one of no, it's not the biggest win in this game. It's up there though.
I'm not losing 30 at a time. I'm losing.
Greg, why don't you
1,000 in
start wearing
both of
glasses?
these.
You've had your days where people are doing that to you and you have aces 5 times. You'll be alright. You'll be alright.
Someone sucked out with
VPIPs are as such.
They're talking about my small stack.
Look
because
at
I'm calling
Duck.
a lot of hands. My stack is small.
Oh
because
yeah,
I'm running
Brad over
hands.
52% is it's monumental. It's he could brag about that.
Yeah, he was in for like maybe 15 plus, say, 27 plus 13, 4,500. 4K to 45.
That's how much I lost last time.
2 nights in a row. Yeah.
Money today on
It's Wednesday.
Market's never.
I'll play after this.
I don't even look at the market. I just put money.
Oh yeah, folks, I got my good friend Greg, Tracksuit Greg, in the booth with me. There's only one microphone because Fort Worth stole our headsets, so I'm just talking to him, and y'all can't hear what he's saying. Anyway, Duck flops trip 3s on top. So does Sean. Flop checks through. God, these are just so hard to decipher. You pretty much just look at the equities. Like Benham has something. He must have a straight on the bottom. So he's got 39% equity. Duck calls. No one has a boat on top. Duck's got trip threes and a flush draw on bottom. So he's got a little bit of equity on both.
You just gotta wait
And hopefully he goes heads up. Oh, no. Sean's going to call with his 3 also. Can either of them boat up on the river here on the top board? That's a deuce. Duck's got a deuce. Duck boats up on top. And Benham straight is still good on the bottom. So Duck and Benham are going to chop this up. They're going to chop up Sean's money.
I don't know. I had this weird fucking feeling that he was 3-5.
Well, a club beats you too, which I can very well have.
I didn't think he was a flush though. I thought it was 3-5.
Yeah, Nate, looking back on that hand, I feel like I sounded dumb. Brad ever considering hero calling with Jack high. He's not Robbie. But still, he wasted our time.
I said boat.
Being a little twit.
I heard it, all I heard was 10-6. Why are you announcing your garbage?
I said boat and 10-6.
That's why I have to give it to you. I know you like those low little puppy butters. But you always put me on high side.
But not only that, the low
Like, I have
cards are
8
so
times.
unseen.
8 times.
Like the biggest sponsor of mine today.
I did not have the nut.
Yep.
That was absolutely not. It was close though.
Doing great.
Sevens was
That's why I love to play that.
All right, back to Hold'em. And an hour left in this bad boy.
Yeah. I have such a thingy session up and down, up and down, up and down.
And the fact that I never get premium.
Alright, 6 fold, 7 calls.
You need the premium?
Very stuck Asian J is going to limp something.
45 from C9. Call from C2. Call C3.
Where are our graphics? Come on, Michael.
This VPIP is 200, right?
5 more. 40.
Let's work that computer. This actually probably takes a ton of computing power.
45. 45.
My money's in the middle.
I know.
All right, we don't know what's happening.
Yeah, you're good.
We know that Asian J limped
One dealer
in the
per
hijack with 9-8 offsuit, and then Eric raised and got 3 calls. We're waiting on graphics. That's what JoJo's saying in his headset there. He's talking to a guy in the other closet on a computer that's typing all this shit in. It's actually incredibly involved and like a not fun job. But we're four-handed. And Villain was the pre-flop raiser with ace-4 of spades, and he flops the nut flush draw. That's cool. It's a pre-action flop. Asian J flops top 2. And he's going to lead out. He's going to donk bet into the pre-flop raiser. Oh, hey, Lukey. Everybody get in this booth.
Call from C9. Call from C2.
I turned it back up. Oh, Duck's calling with his 5-2? Oh, hell. All right, can Asian J get some revenge on Villain? He turns the full house.
C9.
He now checks after donk leading. Can please put a spade on the river. Let Jay get some revenge. Ah! No. Now Asian J has double full houses. Didn't really need him. He just has too much of this board. He's basically got to check to hope someone bluffs at it. Maybe like there's some 6-7 that just whatever.
175 and now.
He goes small. I mean, yeah.
Oh, C9.
Oh, man. Villain, I don't mean to root against you, but I really wanted Asian J to have some retribution and let that river be a spade.
I was trying to get one of you guys to get
No,
that.
I wasn't too comfortable about hitting it.
Yeah, Jay has to show his 8-9.
Yeah, but if you get 30,
I mean, if it's 175.
He won
whatever,
345, but he's still stuck 6,000. You got to chip away. Hey, Asian J, I'm sorry, buddy.
Jack 10 got there, or
Oh, he might. He might watch this back. Yeah, he's gotten. Yeah. Greg says, you have a bad game, you just tear up the playbook and you play the next game. Poker forever.
I opened three. I was in a
No, on the flop.
He's got a seat bag. 'Cause he,
I opened three.
That's what I said. If he checks and you check and I open, then.
All right, this is hand 64.
You have a dirty stack. Don't tell him. Let me clear out the broke for a second.
OFC's up $2.3 thousand, and I can't really remember a big hand. Well, no, I can. Never mind. He just kind of quietly wins in this game all the time. Ace Queen of Clubs for Duck on the button. He's going to go to 130 with it. It's a call from Ducks. Sean has actual Ducks. Deuces. Deuce, deuce.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it? He's actually here.
Hello. Got a single suited flop, all hearts. Duck has a big ace. Pretty much always get a C bet, and that deuce of hearts, even though it's the only heart. Oh, wow. Sean with a light float. Deuce is pretty much always a fold. Even the deuce of hearts. Now Duck probably has to slow it down, but he doesn't. He just rips it. Yeah, I think Duck's a little shell-shocked after getting coolered a couple times. And he's like, I don't want you to hit a heart on the river. F you. Oh, no. If Sean makes this call here and then rivers a heart, Patrick the Duck might never be seen again. Sean's really thinking about it. Can I represent a flush here? Does Duck always bet a flush this hard? Are twos ever good? Is the two of hearts ever live? Does Duck have a bigger heart than me? There's a lot of questions you ask yourself in a weird spot like this. You wish you had a little bit more of a hand than pocket deuces. Sean hasn't had the most fun night either. And he's possibly talking himself into a bad call. Oh. No. If there's a heart on the river, I'm like scared. Okay. It just went once. And Sean was actually like, that's a really generous call. Hey, Sean had outs to a flush, man. He was like in better shape than he might. Yeah, Duck can do that there. No. Thank God we dodged a heart on the river. Just let it loose, you know. I'm ready. Thanks, Greg. Hey, so
I'm a pair and a heart, and I know he doesn't have one fucking heart with that ace. You know what I mean?
oh, I see what Sean's saying. Yeah, Sean basically made a read that said with this line, Duck doesn't have a heart here. That looked like a couple big protection bets.
Suited ace, and I was right. So
Yeah, Sean made the right read. He wasn't exactly getting the price to... What's tricky, man? With deuces, you got a pocket pair. Like, did Duck ever do this with unpaired hands that have, like, one heart in them? Interesting play last hand, and Duck's really happy about the double up, obviously. Our villain. Oh, we got two players flopping trip tens. They both checked their trip tens. Bunch of players behind, and OFC falls in this trap. He's got a gut shot straight draw. Needs to hit an 8. But any 8 that he hit would give villain a full house. So OFC's drawing dead. He's betting with a dead hand. Both of the trip tens are going to slow play them and just call. And now front door spades get there. Benham's the only player with a spade.
Check. Mix around.
Okay. Benham now with his Jack 10 thinks it's good. He's right. He's not making a big bet on this river, but is he gonna... God, our villain really hasn't made a mistake. He just calls here with his worst 10. There's possible straights out there. There's possible flushes. Benham now realizes he's got Eric out kicked. And that's probably the first pot that Eric Hernandez, our villain, has lost in like 2 hours. And he lost the minimum. I'm not really sure how he could be playing any better. And honestly, I'm jealous. Like, that's what this is now. He's got the killer instinct. He's got the right mentality to get into these games and crush. And no, he should be really proud of himself for losing the minimum there. I guess you can't raise with so many straights and flushes multi-way. Anyway, I take pretty much everything I say, hand analysis-wise, with, like, I guess a grain of salt or just with some, like, grace that I am potentially wrong, like, a good portion of the time.
I doubled up. And
I asked him how much. He's like, I'm up to $13. Nice.
I ended up winning 300 though.
That's good. That sounds good in another game, right?
Yeah. In a 4-8 lemon game, yeah. You're gonna start at 10, 20, 40 or 5, 10, 20. 5, 10, 20, yeah.
5, 10, 20. Why is it 5, 10, 20? What's the? You mean like?
Oh no, man. I mean 10, 20.
Yeah.
I'm always thinking 3 blinds.
Yeah.
First action.
10, 20.
10, 20.
You can raise like 3x at most, like raise, that's it. No more
Yeah,
raising, right?
3x and no more.
I'm down on during all those other games.
It'll be Sunday, yeah.
85.
I mean, there's the betting is capped at 3 bets.
3x, yeah.
So $20
We can change one rule to where if it's heads up and it crosses 3x, like it reaches 3x, you can heads up is always on.
10-20 mixed game is actually pretty small. I don't know if you know.
He does know that, that's what he wants to do.
100 cap.
A 10-20 mixed game will play.
The next game is always uncapped when it's heads up.
Oh, there you go. No, but they weren't doing it like that. Yeah. We can keep it on.
All right, I'm back, folks. And we're back. Live. On delay. All right, I need to move this. Sorry, we missed that whole hand. We had to go to the bar. The bar here is amazing, folks. And just lovely bartenders. Lucy's the best. And Brad won a pot that I didn't even realize what happened. Anyway, there's next hand. I think we're coming up on the 3.5 hour mark.
Yeah, because it's like if there's like an 8 bet on the flop, it's kind of weird, right? So like usually cap it up.
I don't care, whatever the rules are.
I mean,
If you guys are interested, let me know and I can text you all Sunday.
Yeah, all these streams we do here at Poker House at Peaks are 4 hours long. Sometimes we'll go later if everyone's in like a mood.
It's simple, bro. I learned it myself on day 1.
yeah, text me.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Especially if Hayden.
But yeah, no, there's been some incredible plays in big pots and 30 minutes left of big pots.
Wow. Is it during the
And
day or-
67, that's pretty good.
So, obviously, that's a given. I think he's busy.
I want to see Asian J win one big pot. Our villain still picking up premiums, 3 bets to 300 with ace queen offsuit from the big blind. Put on that anaconda squeeze. I'm looking down this list of hands. Only Benham can really call him. Graphics are catching up and it pretty much folded around to Benham, who has a dominated ace. Oh, he 4 bets. This is a 4-bet bluff. Ace Jack as a 4-bet to 775. Benham's oh, he gets the fold. Benham, buddy. Yay! Benham. In the first misstep from our villain tonight. He didn't really even think about it that long. And luckily, he had his little clear disc chip to throw at Benham, so Benham had to show him the bluff. And then he very respectfully told the table he made a bad fold. Okay. I mean, he's still up 10 grand. So, no sweat, really. All right, he's under the 10K mark now. Maybe that's a milestone he would like to hit for himself. I won 10 grand in a poker game, and I made one bad fold.
Before he used to play in a Kips game, that was really good. And then he came here and it got really bad. Why was it bad?
I actually am a little surprised he made that fold, Superman Poker. Benham is a player that's capable of 4-bet bluffing, and ace-jack offsuit is absolutely a bluff there. He got a better hand to fold, so it was successful. Duck's got pocket sixes. Little connected board, 2 hearts. Gut shot for Villain and Duck, right? Duck needs a 5, Villain needs a 6. They block each other's outs. The Villain decides to call with the red chips, which is never a sign of strength. This 10 changes nothing for these two prospective specific hands. Duck's going with the 6s, which are still good and honestly just dominating the hell out of Villain. Who has 3 live outs at this point. For 175, Villain just made a mistake folding pre-flop to Benham's bluff, but he doesn't make the mistake this time and makes the correct fold. We're not going to highlight his one mistake. We're going to celebrate his many, many successes tonight. He's played near damn perfect poker. Damn good player. Sean lost all his profits. I guess we need to pull this back up again. Oh yeah, Sean was up 600. Now he's down 600. That's how that works. Asian J is possibly having one of the worst nights of his life. Definitely don't want to rub that in. We're kind of friends. Oh, and Jay, when you watch this back, I've been joking about this the whole time, buddy. Just doing a bit. Just putting on a little bit of a show. Trying to make it fun. Is that my trump?
I'm calling like 5-3 suited in the small blind, and normally I would never play that. Especially if you're playing.
All right, Benham has 9s. 9s are good. He made it 50. Sean makes a call. Suited king. I'd love to see Sean win a big hand. Nope. Yep. Standard C-bet, standard fold. Let's go to the next hand. Thank you, thank you. Oh my God. Young Steven said, I think that was your Jiminy Glick. Did you watch the most recent Jiminy Glick with oh God, why am I blinking on his name? The guy that does Barry. The show Barry. Anyway, it's really, really funny. It's recent. It kind of went viral the other week. Bill Hader. Yeah, hey, Steven, go look up the Jiminy Glick interview with Bill Hader. I laughed hard a lot. All right, here's hand 70. We got 30 minutes left. We're already at 70. Playing pretty fast tonight, boys. I like that.
Yeah, everything's here for a reason.
I've gotten so many like bands that are watching.
And then you get involved, right? You know what I mean? That's
Cool limp pot 6 ways, boys. Later, Greg. I'll see you out there, brother.
Did you see the other one?
Does anyone have anything? Do I really need to look at this? Duck has a 9. Yeah, that seems best. Open-ended for our villain. Brick. Oh, Young Steven. Yes, you have seen it. Good. I'm glad you have. I'm glad you have. Thank you for confirming. I love the interaction. Anyone just tuning in, you missed one goddamn hell of a show. This Poker House Peaks live on delay. My name's Rain Dan. Got a face for radio and I got a voice for annoyance. I'll think of something better. Who gives a shit? Yeah, this is when this happens, everybody. I start talking to myself about 3.5 hours in. Gets a little loopy. Add some shots. No one needs to hear about it. Let's just talk about poker. Let's talk cards. Let's talk cards, baby. Oh, I should just put up a chart. I could just talk about a chart. Damn. Duck. What are you going for a record? 87%? You're a madman. Asian J got the draggers. Will limp for 10. Someone in like Houston called them draggers on a stream once and I didn't get it. And then someone told me it was because 3s look like boobies sideways. Big old draggers. This isn't a kid's show. It's on YouTube. Apparently I can't say the F word anymore. Someone said the C word once. Brad's flopping trips again. Checks it again. Sean checks his king. No one has a flush draw. That deuce is very safe. Brad should bet now. Yup. I pray to God for Jay that... Well, I guess I, in retrospect, wished that turn had been a 3. Does anyone have anything to call with? Sean actually folded his bad king. What a read. Brad makes no money with his trip 7s. Wait, no. OFC called. Okay. Called with his deuce. And Brad does not polarize. He goes kind of a friendly sizing. I guess that's like half pot. And OFC bluff catches with his deuce. No. Oh. Up. Oh. OFC, I don't know if this is good enough. Ooh. OFC, he's an elite hand reader.
So you don't give me action, bro.
He's essentially just elevated into wizardry. Ascended into wizardry status for some of the hand reads he makes. That one was wrong. You can't win them all, folks. You can't bat 1,000. And Brad had it that time. Gets paid off. Way to go, Brad. Check out the big brain on Brad. Hey, Steven, you know what movie's that from? Oh, God, I got to pee so bad. Oh, JoJo, no. A third demerit?
The range was narrowed down to just 7. That's my call.
Never betting a flush draw.
What are you talking about? Just bet a flush draw on the hand and mark stack.
Okay.
Check.
One word, mark stack.
The needles are flying.
Yeah, but you had a flush. That's the thing. Not betting a flush.
Like that crazy ninja lady in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon with her needle, poison needle dart gun.
We're like twins. We're so.
Oh, Mr. Piper, aka Little T-Ben. You are correct, sir. That is from Pulp Fiction. All right, Duck Man. It's the best hand you've seen in a while. He gets no action. Everyone folds, and he shows ace king. Are we doing one more Nick game or not?
Man, these hands are getting done so quick. Can you fucking go slow?
Where's J-Rock?
Yeah, bro, we're just supposed to play.
Yeah, but then I have to run back in again. Look at
We got
that.
15 minutes. That's fine, that's fine,
There's
that's
only
fine.
15 minutes left.
10 to 11. Where's J-Rock?
I don't know. He just said he's not available, so I said okay.
I wonder if y'all can hear what they're talking about. I can't hear the table audio that well in this kind of low rent
I
headset.
saw you wear it. I was gonna ask you.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, I wanna wear it for him every time I
But it's hand 73, and I heard Asian J say that there's 15 minutes left in the stream. Oh, and I will point out that that backpack in the shot is actually Sean's. It's OFC's.
Yes, but only after we put money in pre-flop.
Can I add 2 inches?
I mean, okay.
And Asian Sean gave him shit about it earlier.
I was trying to win the queen deuce 5.
What is Duck doing? Calling raises with 9 deuce.
You know that game you
Offsuit.
I always choose ace 6-9. I would have two.
I do 6 for
Sean turns 2 pair. It really doesn't matter that much.
Unless the
I guess Duck wanted to flop trips or something?
How much did you say you made from
It's a full ass pot size bet.
That's like 5 cents.
Bet raise 350 total.
Oh, I see what happened.
Set against you.
Duck let out for 100 on that turn with his 9 and got raised immediately. And Sean shows the 2 pair.
Any mundane hand that's somewhat.
And Duck is still
Yes,
3
literally.
of them right now.
not winning pots.
Yeah.
Lucky enough, he could river 2 pair on there. We do that back before.
Yeah,
we swap out.
You got the turn, I got the river.
Yeah.
You got the turn both times. We had big hands.
Yeah, Duck and Sean did play not Mark's round of each game at noon today. That is apparently ridiculous action.
There were flush draws.
Mark says it's a 1-3 game, but it straddles like 4 or 5 times every hand. And there was $40,000 on the table apparently.
No, I'm being serious. Like,
Call
don't
C5.
laugh at that. I'm being serious. I didn't know. I thought because everybody was jumping around in that game. I was like, oh man, this guy's just some rich fucking golfer guy. You know what I mean? Then I was like, oh,
Are you a
shit.
golfer?
He actually has a good.
Are you rich?
He's actually a really good player.
He's just
All right, these are the kind of hands that I could actually go pee during.
Check straight.
There's only 15 minutes left.
Where's fucking I saw him the other day here.
A bunch of people have tuned out.
Your guy. Chase? Chase. I saw him like, what the hell?
Call 3.
Where's it been?
I'm running out of juice to squeeze out of my brain grapes.
Well, man. Wow,
Nice
man.
guy. Is he the guy?
Dylan has a 9, he'll bet.
No.
It's not as good as OFC's 9.
White guy, like 150. Mid-30s, 40s.
But now this very small pot for this game goes check, check.
Crazy action. And there's a crazy action guy.
Right?
He's a white guy.
Yeah, I got 10.
Hold on a second. Duck! I missed something. Octo Crab. Duck just bluffed that river and got 2 9s to fold with Octo Crab. Even though the stream's almost over, I hope that makes you feel better, Duck.
No cards.
You're 10
Chop.
Even though you're stuck quite a bit.
I played the board there.
Oh, shit. We were chopping.
His 8 was no good.
I don't know why I called the bet. But
Duck, Octo Crab.
Not a god for I can't play.
We're having fun here now. Brad. Brad's trying to keep that VPIP up. Sean should be raising with 10s.
it would have been funnier if you like,
And
see
does.
it and I got to turn that
Let's
shit.
go. There we go.
Raise 250 from C7.
If you bluff me in this hand, I'm using this.
You could use it mid.
How can I bluff you in this hand?
Oh, what a little reverse tell. Jay is actually bluffing with 9-4 of spades and decided it was a good idea to tell Sean, if you bluff me in this hand, I'm going to make you show it. Graphics are catching up, but I assume Sean called because we've already seen a flop. Okay. A single suited board of clubs is interesting. Sean doesn't have one. Oh, and Jay gets away with one. He gives his annoying little smirk.
God fucking sicko.
Like, oh shit, I actually.
Oh,
Oh, wow. You
Oh.
good fold. How did you know at 9-4?
I'm watching the stream.
How did you
I'm
know?
mic'd up.
How bad do I run?
You ran so good, you popped two pair.
And he folded.
Wait, did Jay flop 2 pair? Did I miss something?
You just did. I'm such a nit.
On the
Did you
flop,
not
bro,
see
on the
me
flop,
bluff him?
on the
Like,
flop.
a massive pot early.
you-
It was an
I didn't
8K
see
pot.
that.
I literally bluffed
Yeah,
the
he
biggest
did.
pot we
On a
played.
paired board.
You definitely.
Okay, thank you, Steven. Sorry, I missed it.
Definitely gained it.
Asian J flopped 9-4 2 pair, and Sean made the right fold.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I'll come back. Just because I don't like the straight set. I really like my sheet. Yeah.
Jay doesn't like
It's a good game. Like,
playing on stream, huh? Well, he might not for a while because he's stuck $6,000. His first stream here at Poker House at Peaks
The guy who won 12.
hasn't really gone the way he envisioned it this afternoon
We're good.
before this bloodbath occurred.
I check.
I hate to say it, but we're kind of going out in a fizzle. This deck got pretty cold here at the tail end of this stream,
Where nobody is playing hands anymore.
and I'm really not comfortable telling everyone that we got a lot of big pots available left, because we don't.
Someone use a marker on that.
You really want to see it? Yeah, why not? 9-3 offsuit.
Brad won $90 with 2 pair, with 9-3 offsuit.
You're so good. You're the best.
Neat.
Do I lie to you? Yeah, probably. Do I lie to you knowing that you just see my cards?
Yes.
I wouldn't. Earlier I had aces like.
First of all, I would never lie to you. Second of all, I would never lie to you. I really think that a queen. Okay, you're too good. No, that's a good.
Hey, Steven, thank you, buddy. Even if it's just through the chat, you're really helping me out tonight. Appreciate you, pal.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, oh, that's over here.
I'm using it pre-flop.
35 to play.
Might as well. Shit. It's about a week. The game's about a week.
This one's actually better than my last one.
Actually, I'm gonna use it on whoever wins this game. Whoever wins this one. Unless you get
We should get like a table vote.
Benna made a light open with 10-8 offsuit and gets called by 3 pocket pairs and a very live suited connector, 6-5 for OFC. Let's see a fun flop. All right. Kind of fun. Couple straight draws out there and OFC's flush draw.
Right now?
Oh my god.
Tied full from Duck, but he's got 3 players behind him, so it's just like meh.
Sean, what's the time rate?
That's dirty. That's so dirty.
If he calls and loses,
Steven, I'm sorry, buddy. I'll explain why we don't do that anymore.
You can't make
Off
somebody
stream.
lost the hand.
OFC immediately hits his flush,
How bad are you?
but he's not going to make any money off of Sean's pocket 5s. He does check back for a little trappiness. Doesn't matter. Sean checks and has picked up his cards, preparing to snap fold, which he does.
I'm like, is this guy really folding? I have a flush.
I'm like, he's already folded.
you should have thrown a
I don't lie,
$5.
bro.
$5. See what he does. 20.
I was still full for
Yeah, Sean got stacked in hand 1 of tonight, Queens versus Brad's aces. And then he's just kind of been slow and steady, winning some medium-sized pots pretty much all after that. And now he's up
And the sport league.
almost 2K.
That's weird.
What a comeback.
I mean, I can make a special rig for us, like a flat rig.
Oh shit.
You know, we can play we can talk to
Very
him, get
true.
a cards.
Someone
You know I
asked
have a
me.
pool here.
Someone asked me yesterday, how much? What's the lowest denomination of chips you could put in your mouth if you get to keep it?
not.
I don't know how much longer I can hold it.
I mean, it depends. Like, just pop it in my mouth and I can spit it back out.
No, you have to hold it in your mouth for at least 10 seconds.
Oh, fuck that.
Give me $1,000 shit, probably.
We're gonna
For 10 whole seconds?
hit 20 hands an hour.
Like what's the lowest
I've seen people
denomination
what they
chip
do
you would
with
do it? Like, would you do it for 100?
Not for 10 seconds.
But you know what's crazy is like you go
I
for someone.
might get sick if I put one in my mouth.
OFC made a pretty big open to 65 and got 2 callers by some
What type of sickness will you get?
speculative suited hands. Can anyone flop a flush? No.
Like, I might wake up with strep throat tomorrow.
Mono would be worse.
Unless you have somebody with mono coughing to the hand.
No fucking
All right.
I'd probably do it for 10K for sure.
Benham at the absolute bottom of his range will bluff his 3 deuce suited.
You want to do 10K chip? I'll probably do 10K.
I don't really know what he's representing. Sean can call with an ace here all day.
Use that for all your medical bills.
What medical bill? I mean, unless I get like a really bad disease or something.
I mean,
Man, you have to show what you call it.
yeah, no. Benham can do that. He basically folds out any hands that don't have an ace in them.
I got mine. I'm done.
Flop check through, turn check through. Yeah, OFC has some like 5, 6, 7s, 8 pocket pairs that have to fold. Whatever.
Come on, win without a showdown.
It doesn't have to work that often. Good play, Benham.
It says your mom's gay. Oh, it's my wife's name is up in.
You don't look Japanese at all.
I'm not. What do I look like?
Oh God, Steven! About to pee pee in my pants.
You know there's Indian Jews too, right? There's no Indian Jews. There is.
That's still funny to me.
Christian. We got Christians too. It doesn't automatically mean there's Indian Jews.
God dang, is this deck gone cold?
We did our job.
Come on, JoJo, make that deck hot.
This time I'm trying to because it's 200.
I do it every time because sometimes I hit shit.
All right, look at those equities. This is a coin flip, y'all.
$10 I call is my range. So I'm calling anywhere.
Also, like,
Not anymore. Top pair for Benham.
when I'm good at and then, like, you can't assume I'm just gonna
Top pair?
See, like I had the premium, right? Ace Jack, what did I do? Raise premium,
Nothing. I
check
can't
raise.
defend anything.
I can't do it. I don't know.
But look at my
5-3.
threes,
Crash.
5-3s.
Every time I say it's gonna fold. Flush top pair.
I'm running good without running good.
You're just not getting the value out of running good.
I'm sorry. I gotta go pee.
Did you go to LC to support Austin?
No. My mom stuff.
Oh, okay.
Nothing bad, but I had to do something.
Like steps on
Piece of pudding.
Those are two very different things. The design of the mom versus design of yourself.
I gotta read for 40. C3. 4-4.
I'm getting hungry.
Call from C5.
I got something you can eat.
What's that?
Sausage.
You gotta raise.
I'm a bit.
240. Fuck are you?
That's Venom.
Fuck you, dude.
240.
Venom.
Venom?
Venom.
Oh, that makes more sense.
He is Venom right now.
What?
I have a good stream in tonight.
Scan your cards for me.
I use a good stream in tonight.
Thank you. Okay.
It's 240.
Yes, sir.
The Ho Chi Minh click.
That's too long.
Alright, I gotta fold. It's like, can't
I was
listen.
gonna squeeze. God damn.
Okay, use it on him. What the fuck?
He did already.
Squeeze would have been perfect.
I should have
Squeeze would
jammed.
have been perfect.
I have Jackie's suited now.
You should use these buttons as like you have to show like one person has to play the card face up, one card face up.
We can do it. That's way too much.
Too much money on the table to do shit like this.
Sometimes we have 80K on the table, one on one face, one
Yeah, fuck
card
yeah,
face
dude.
up.
Do you want it? Do you want it?
Yeah.
Fucking insane.
Way too much.
We could do one hand or we all play one card face up.
You know, they told me that they can play crazy They call that
On the
stud. When you put
It can
some
only
cards
be
up,
8
right?
ring.
Yeah, I feel like
The
holding with
C9
the card
becomes
face
a
up is so
discard pile.
boring because it's too much information.
It's pretty cool.
Pay for the
Yeah,
buttons.
it's usually
300
$300.
bucks.
really bad for acting.
Yeah.
It really is. That's why studs only.
Three and four, five folds, six calls, seven folds. Call. Six. Okay. Here we go.
God, I just want to run my stack through Eric one time. You want to do high card, bro?
What?
High card?
Check.
For all, really? One time, Eric.
You want a high
30.
card your whole stack?
Yeah.
I
For
call for
Eric.
C4.
Yeah.
OG, man.
You want, we can flip.
I'm gonna do
At
that.
the end of the night, yeah, whatever this is.
Let's see. If you have more than one,
I have like,
You've got all those chips.
I've got like 2,000.
Make it work, man.
You got more.
I'm scared.
It is
You're
more than-
such an Asian, man. You got more than that.
Oh no, I have more than 2,000.
Yeah.
I got like 21.
But he has more.
You definitely got more. 'cause you got
No,
like
you just-
black.
Five.
At the end of the night, we can flip everything.
Such a
River was gonna be at
Asian,
3 o'clock.
What, you don't want to?
bro. Nah, I'm scared now. I don't
That
care
was
about
it.
that.
That was
Really,
it.
okay.
You backed up you.
You saw that?
I had 9.
Was that good or not?
I mean, 8, 9, and 8, 9.
For real.
Not 9, 7, but 8, 9, and 9,
Oh,
7.
there goes.
I'm out of my body. Damn it.
Such a good possibility. I can find out right there where I was. You know.
Sounds good, bet.
To be honest, I feel like having the buttons stick around on the table is probably
Blind
not
race 20.
great. Like, there should be a way that they
Blind race,
disappear.
blind race.
Yeah, maybe
Should
we
be
can
some,
just
because
use-
having them around forever.
Listen,
Yeah.
how many hands more we got? How much
15
time?
minute
Because
warning.
at the end of the night, like you're gonna have to
So
use
that-
it every
11.
single
Playing till 11.
50?
We're playing till
Wow.
11.
Till 11.
Yeah, so
Joel, still in blind race?
20, blind race, 65 now, 6, 7 folds.
Why would it
65
pick on me like
Brad,
that?
did you straddle or?
I said blind raise, but I don't know if they calculated that or not. No secrets, guys. If you tell him, then tell everybody.
You're a good guy.
Thank you. That's not.
That's a secret.
That's not a secret. Everyone knows.
This goes to the winner.
Okay, Jay.
Here we go, 4 players.
Who's Jay?
I'm Jay.
Oh, my bad.
I'm not even in the hand, so I can't.
Is that your real name?
Check.
No, well,
Check.
come on,
That's
man.
interesting.
That's fine. That's cool. You don't have to say
Check.
that.
Last action.
Mine did.
Bet, 125.
That's called a block of bet.
Block of it.
Block of that.
Call.
Classic poker move, block of that.
Alright, this is gonna be fucking good. This fucking hits
3 players.
so hard. It hits OFC so fucking hard, bro.
Hey, no inducing action.
No inducing action.
You know how to play
I'm
this
gonna
game.
shove this right up your fucking.
Check.
You wish you could.
Really?
Yeah.
330. Got a fold.
This is a great game, though, I guess.
Calls. Check. Checks it. $625. $625 is better. C2. Cool.
Alright.
Say my usual good shit.
God damn! How do you run so clean?
Yeah.
Looking good.
That's real good.
One more club's good.
Thank you.
I thought,
Yeah, I thought you had 3-5.
I thought you had
You think you
75.
get paid on that, man?
I was like, fuck, hit his 5, hit his 5.
You have to always check into it.
I was hoping for the 5 of clubs on the river.
I don't know
That
if
was
he
the
bets
card I
club.
really wanted.
I don't know if he bets a club.
Ooh, that would have been really hard.
He
Five
would've
of
bet.
clubs, 5 of clubs.
Miracle even got there.
I don't want to see no clubs.
5 of clubs.
Oh wait, you would have scooped that. 5 of clubs.
Turn play.
Clock.
Oh shit, hold on. Raise.
Bump it up. 75.
Why so much?
I didn't mean to put that in.
How much did you do?
Raise 200. MC7. Scan your card from the shop.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you, bro.
I actually might have it.
200. MC7. 9 fold. 2
Oh
folds. 3 folds.
shit.
4 folds.
Is that binding?
Thank you.
Did you see it?
We have to flip it over right now.
Come on, heads up.
It's free rolling basically.
Check. Got a bet. 225.
God damn it, I have to show?
Yeah.
7 9.
Still good.
I had it. I'm
Come on, man.
Oh, I got 2 of them now? What happened?
Throw me mine
Oh,
back.
2 people use it?
Yeah,
Alright.
throw me mine back.
You have.
Somebody else threw it.
Why did I say so?
The stream's over, no?
Is it 11? 12 more minutes.
It's 10:52.
Yeah, we finished at 11.
Alright, we have 8 minutes left, so.
Maybe with this thing you have to commit before the showdown.
So last time we decided to, you don't get to keep if it's used on you. And I think that's a good rule. 'cause
Yeah,
this
yeah,
doesn't
Turn
make-
play.
I-
Call 10.
Yeah,
It's-
basically
I'm gonna
show
change it
everybody.
to where one player can use it one time.
You
That's
should
it.
give people 2 to start, and then you
I
can only
agree.
use.
No,
those
it's just
2.
one. Just one.
I
good,
think
man.
2 for a 5-hour stream.
I think
2.
whoever wins bomb pot should get a second
I
one.
mean, like, if you have 2, then
One
you
for a
can only
5-hour
use 2,
stream is
that's
not
it.
enough.
Yeah,
2 is
one's not
good.
enough, I agree.
2 is
But
good.
the thing is that most times that you're
Wait,
curious to
55.
see, there is somebody else who's curious.
Right.
Go C3.
It's gonna be used.
Call C4.
I guess it's true.
Stop call.
Call C5. Call C6.
I know.
You should've called.
Should have. Let's not get
I'll
my
tell you
phone
after
out.
the flop if I should have called.
Should we splash pot these right now? Oh, whoops.
100.
Check. Last action. Got a bet. Hundo.
Actually, the fact that you can't get rid of these is really bad, because that means every hand has to be shown down effective.
Raise.
It's an infinite resource.
5 bills.
That's really bad for the game.
How much are you playing?
Not much.
I can't see a stack.
I know that.
Is there a green
It's
stack
like
behind
17
it?
or something like that.
17?
I think. 17? Yeah.
So 5,
15, 16, 17,
18 plus 5, about 23?
Yeah, 18 behind after that.
Oh, what I fold, I'm just counting my chips.
The fuck is wrong?
You could use that. You could use
What the
that.
fuck is wrong with you guys? I've been folded.
Oh yeah, good now.
Oh.
Alright,
Very good now.
should we splash pot these right
Whoa.
now?
Oh no.
Because it's kind of
They don't
annoying.
have it.
Yeah?
Oh my god. No one told me in the chat. I've been talking for 10 minutes with the volume off. Faye, this has been down for 10 minutes.
Or maybe every time you have to reload, you get one.
No one can hear anything I've been saying for 10 effing
You
minutes.
get stacked.
Yeah, you reload, you get one.
You get
You can
stacked. you
earn
get
them
one.
by losing all
Faye.
Even the bomb pot, you get one.
But,
Well, I mean,
so,
You gotta be able to earn them.
the only reason I noticed was because you came in here.
I know, I'm a fucking angel.
are not,
Hey, chat, let me know. I didn't disappear for that long. I wasn't peeing for 15 minutes.
and they don't fucking-
Damn
Hey,
it.
I'm sitting here. Stop.
Eric's gonna kill me.
But I'm just saying, forcing people to show every time is kind of.
I mean, there hadn't been any, like, that cool hands that I didn't talk over,
That's why I
but
don't think it should be unlimited.
damn, dude.
It used to be one time. You motherfuckers wanted me to change it, so I changed it.
It was a bad check.
Yeah.
That's not your fault. We used to only get to use it
Used to
once.
get to always use it one time. And then,
You're the devil. Yeah, all right.
yeah, and
Sounds
then
good.
somebody said, "Oh,
Triptons for Benham.
you guys want, right?"
No, seriously, how long has it been silent?
I don't remember who it was.
Might have been me.
God, what is all this trash?
Raise.
I'm gonna avoid the temptation to use this.
Sean calls a raise with an 8. Oh no, and he hits a queen.
Let's do that. I'll do that too.
Jack 9 gets there. That might be a bluff. Venom doesn't always have a 10. Oh, Sean makes a call. Sees a 10.
We didn't even have to use it.
Ugh.
You got the exact same hand?
You're such an idiot.
How many hands we got? Ask him.
How many hands we got over there?
Last one's bomb, right?
Gotta remember to turn the microphone volume back up.
I'm just wondering who was gonna win the VPIP.
I've done that before, but I don't think it's ever been for that long.
Okay, so tell him we need the VPIP after 2 hands.
VPIP right now. After 2 hands.
After 2 hands.
What are they talking about?
Now we're really incentivized to play next year.
It's too late now, buddy.
Too late, way too late.
It's the last hand.
I'll have to call it a raise no matter what.
Eric's been blind calling $10.
I mean, increase my VPIP by like 10 across.
Is that what he's been doing?
He's gonna call. I got my percentage in. I'm good.
Every time he says that to me.
All right, this could be a fun one. This could be a fun one.
Oh shit, this is nuts.
Why? Why is this happening? Doug raises 75 with King Queen. Venom made it 300, and Jay snaps all in for $2,400. Why? This is the last hand of the night.
I don't have a great hand. Wow, you're gonna use it on me? Oh my god. What did you have, Ben? Ace Star?
No, I had
Same.
me too.
I had the same.
Alright, gentlemen, last hand.
How deep was yours?
All right, weird play, Jay, but you want some decent money. I think he just won $400.
I called blind? The 10 bucks?
He's only getting called by better.
It would be different, but Benny also made it 300.
This is the last hand of the night.
It was just me showing. It's just him. I'm like, oh. But then Benny.
And we're on a 15-minute delay, and I'm in here, and Jay probably left.
I can't really afford that.
He's probably gone already, and I don't get to talk shit. I'll text him. I'll text him later.
He's got really.
Call.
All right, last hand of the night. Can we get a hot deck?
You weren't hitting your king or your queen.
VPIP counts.
Go, bitches.
And it's a limped family pot. Real cool, guys. God, look at all those shitty ass hands. Brad has an ace.
Check. Back to OC. Check.
Yeah, he saw his card.
30.
Yeah, I saw it.
Call 30.
Both.
Sean calls with his deuce.
Yeah, tell him we need the VPIP after this hand, please.
Duck calls with his deuce.
It's gonna be possible.
Uh-oh. Sean turned 2 pair.
Check.
The what? Yeah.
Really needed that.
No. 200 goes to the person. There's one bomb pot.
That's about pot.
Go off stream.
Duck now has a gut shot and calls, and Brad calls with his ace. Is Sean about to win a decent-sized pot for the last hand of the night? He's still good
Always close with the bomb pot.
with bottom 2 pair. Going for value. Duck has to be gone, right? Brad gonna pay him off with ace 7? Does he think his 7's still good? Scratch that, his ace is still good? Brad makes another good fold.
Oh, I had 10-4. Fuck.
What is that, a bluff?
Yeah, 2 pair.
Turn 2 pair.
Sean wins 370 in the last hand of the night. And let's do this, I guess.
Will you ask him to bring VPIP?
Asian J, 33%? Really?
Benny, you in the bump pot?
Asian J is going to have to pay Duck $100 again. Oh, no. It's a $200 penalty in the last hand of the night, or the last hour of the night.
Wait, is it a bump pot? No.
Jay is going to pay Duck $200
Hey, I kind of
said 4 card or 2 card?
for losing the 4th hour VPIP game. And I don't like it, but we usually end the night with a PLO bomb pot. $15 Annie, uncapped.
36.
Did Asian J leave?
Yeah, you
way.
flooded quite a bit.
56, 68, 48. Let's go. 80.
What the fuck?
68.
It's wrong, bro.
Wow.
All right, so they came in and read all the VPIPs. That's what Michael just told everybody.
You don't want me with more
Jay,
money.
Asian Jay is, I know. Be proud, Brad. Brad's fist pumping in the booth right now with his 45% VPIPs, the highest it's ever been in his life.
I've done 100 2-hour.
Asian Jay is shocked that his VPIP is 36%, and Duck is actually just flexing on everybody with 80%.
Somehow.
He's really proud of having the highest one. And he just made $300 off of Jay in the VPIP game. All right, can we see like one giant bomb pot to end the night?
Quads on both.
Oh my god, I need someone did a bow.
We had 88 hands tonight in 4 hours. That's a damn good pace. Way to go, dealers. All right, let's let graphics catch up and see if there's any cool hands. OFC's got a second nut flush draw. Brad flop top set on the top board and top set on the bottom board for Sean. And this will just go heads up to a turn. So very likely they're just going to chop a pot here. Ooh, Brad hits a flush on top. Didn't really matter. And now a 6 of diamonds on the bottom. Turn goes check, check.
See you guys. Good game.
See you, buddy.
Jay just goes, see you guys. Good game. Yeah, rough night, Asian Jay. Thanks for playing. Hope you play the stream again. It's a great game. And, yeah, kind of a boring, just top set on top board and top set on bottom board, and it's just going to chop. And then we will close the night out with one last look at the cumulative winnings. Big night for our villain. Rough night for Asian Jay. Ducking it up, stuck 2,400. He's going to hate that. And Brad. Up 21-23. He stacked OFC with aces versus kings in the first hand, and then kind of went on a roller coaster after that. But still a good night for Brad. And thanks, y'all, for tuning in. See you next time.